4? Hmm. Okay. So, let's get back to it. Today I believe we prepare for war. Let's see what's going on outside. Alright, so what's the situation? The situation is we've explored just about every part of this region. We're missing 2. I'm missing this little nub up here of Fog of War. And I'm missing, I believe, something down this road. I'm not sure if it's a dead end right there or not, but at one point I was rebuffed by a timberwolf pack. Similarly, up here, rebuffed by a timberwolf pack. So we spent a long time finding our shot arrows and remaking all these arrows. So now we've got 10 simple arrows and hopefully fewer than that many wolves. We've got a bunch of food and firewood at 2 locations. This washed out trailer is one storage. And we also have another storage over here by the canneries. It says warehouse, but it's a bunch of canneries on the map. So lots of food, lots of extra stuff, and I've pretty much explored and looted just about everywhere I care to look. So the last order of business, I believe, is fight these timberwolf packs, defeat them, finish surveying the land, and then start hoofing all of this equipment back to the main base in the coastal highway. Because once we get everything back there, we can basically gear up and head north into Pleasant Valley and go through these last areas that I've never been to before. So, to start with, we are good on fatigue, water, and food. And how much do we have in our inventory? Okay, a decent enough amount, not a huge amount. But as long as there's good weather, so basically as long as I can get over there and it's not too windy, then I think we'll fight that northern timberwolf pack. Because as long as it's not too windy and I've got firewood, we can always build a defensive fire and take care of these guys. So, let us go inside, burn an hour of time so it gets a little bit warmer outside and also so we warm up. Excellent. Sleep. Let's pick up some firewood so we can have an impromptu campfire and sing Kumbaya with these canines. And maybe just a tad more food on account of just in case we get stuck outside, we won't starve or dehydrate. Okay, fire-wise, let's just get a bunch of these sticks. And we can probably pick up a few sticks along the way. So let's start heading over. Weather's not the greatest, but it's good enough. As long as visibility is long and the wind is low. That's really all I can ask for. Well, I guess I can also ask for thick ice so that we don't fall in crossing some of these inlets. Which I'm a little worried about, but they should all be so thin that we don't stand on thin ice long enough for it to break. Like this I wouldn't want to cross, but over here I would risk it. You know, like maybe around here? And I'll sprint if I have to. Okay. Wind is picking up a little bit, unfortunately. I can tell because I'm walking into it and I'm really slowing down. So it said too windy to start a fire there. That's somewhat concerning. We may need to bunker down somewhere a little bit closer to where I think these guys are and wait the weather out. In fact, I'm suspecting that's going to be the case. Because I've gotten unlucky enough with the wind direction that it blows out my fires, you know, 3 times in a row. Let's see, where's a good... This over here looks a little bit too steep to walk up. And I don't want to get stuck on a very steep cliff while there's ice under me breaking and then the cliff trying to break my ankles. So let's try here. And looking good. Getting a little bit far north. I want to see these guys way before we end up getting engaged. So I'm not looking for a shotgun wedding. Let's see here. When we cross here, this might be a little thick. Last I saw them, they were somewhere past that cliff/rock. So let's hope they're still that far north. Okay, let's risk it. And I think we're good. My instinct/rule of thumb is as long as you get halfway across the bridge... Not the bridge. There is no bridge. As long as you get halfway across the ice before it starts cracking, I feel safe. Okay, let's see. Still looking clear. But the wind is picking up. I've got half a mind to just find a little nook, plop down the bare bedroll, and sleep for an hour. I think that might be the thing to do. In fact, I think that's a good idea. So let us do just that. Pick up, pick up, pick up. And more sticks over here than I was thinking. So we're definitely not low on firewood. Can I get up into this cranny? I don't... unless? Okay. So this place feels defensible and... ah, there we go. There they are. Or at least there one of them is. Okay, let's sleep and see if we can get this. See if we can get this wind to go down a little bit. And give me a yawn. Okay, not really. Maybe a little bit, but not really. Let's see, where did that wolf end up? Right over there. And heading... 2 of them, okay. So they're closer than they were last time. Let's... and more behind. Let's see if we can find a little spot to maybe do a small ambush. Or at least find a windbreak so that we can make a fire if we need to. Because if we can't, then it's going to be rough. Okay, so we got guys on the right and guys down the middle. And no windbreak yet. Really? Okay, we actually have a windbreak here. Okay. So if necessary, we can fight right here. So let's see how close they get. Let's just wait very patiently. Very patiently. Okay, we don't have any scent marks, so we shouldn't be easy to hunt. And, okay, so the wind direction is changing a little bit. I don't really like that. But we're still in a windbreak. Okay, I wasn't expecting these guys to get so close. As long as they don't start howling. I see one here, one behind the tree, one over that ridge, and maybe one a little closer. Let's just wait. So 1, 2, 3, there's definitely 4. At least 4 right here. And they're turning around. Okay, I wonder how close we can get stalking. I don't want to... This is a windbreak. I don't want to actually leave it. Because if I get swarmed by 4 of these guys and can't do anything fire-wise, it's not going to be a good time. Let's stalk them a little bit and see if we can get down here on the right. And they're turning around. Why are they turning around? I don't trust my bow skills enough to hit them with a Kobe. And wow, they're actually pretty clumped up, huh? They are really clumped up, but on the plus side, I'm pretty confident that there's just the 4 of them. So let's see if we can go around to the right. Because if we can get to that cliff face, I think that'll be a really strong windbreak. And at that point, I would be comfortable even drawing aggro from them. Okay, and a cave. This is... It just keeps coming up. So let's say the cave's our fallback point. Let's move before they come back. Okay, so here's a windbreak. In fact, I've got half a mind to start the fire here. I've never been here before. I didn't realize. Make sure there's nothing sleeping inside of it. And what are you? Flare, backpack, and something else in the corner. Painkillers. Well, if things go sideways, we might need those. Okay, I think these guys are moving off. Let's make a fire. Right here where it shouldn't get burned out. Is it sunny? It's not sunny. Yeah, no magnifying lens for us. Okay, let's make a fire right here. Toss a few sticks on it, get maybe an hour and a half of burn time. And then we do a little bit of trolling. Okay. Add fuel. Stick, 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 stick. Stick. And let's head out. Be quick on it. Is that a wolf? No, that's a tree stump, but on the left is a wolf. Okay, they're all kind of in the low ground over here. I wonder if we can just walk up to them. Or at least walk close enough to get a shot out. Oh, did you turn around? Still a little bit far away for a pot shot, but they are coming back this way. Unless... No, they're still walking away. Kind of wish they weren't so far... Oh, oh. Right, channeling our inner Sam Fisher. Bro, synchronized. Let's take a pot shot. I don't know if that was a hit or not. I don't think it was because he's coming this way. Let's see. Okay, here we go. Pop. That's one. Come on, keep coming. Well, as far as cute things are concerned, let's just say they're cute, but they like to nibble a little much. And Kobe. That was a miss. Okay, so that guy's stuck over there. Let us... Okay, so that's the one we hit. Let's try to pick up these two misses. Because there's one thing that terrifies me, and that is running out of arrows. Hello. Hop. Okay. 1 out of 4 down. 1 wounded. Oh. Take a look at the name, and I bet you can make a guess. I need to work a little bit on the snout, and of course there's no color yet. But lion is close. Same biome. 1, and where's the other arrow? Where is that arrow? Here we go. No, that's a stick. One of the things that I'm worst at doing is finding arrows that missed. Maybe we'll have to go back later. Okay, let's put a pin in this guy. And do that surveying we intended to do up here. Okay, 1 over there. And he should have a friend stalking around. Where is your friend? I'm being very quiet. We're hunting wabbits. Oh, that was a point-blank miss. I mean, that was embarrassing. You guys can just pretend you never saw that. Okay. Let's go a little bit more. Just a little bit. I hear you. I heard your paw pad. Where'd you go? Where'd you go? I hear you. Oh, still running away. Okay. So imagine the snout is shorter. Like substantially shorter. Like maybe lion size shorter, but not lion. I am fumbling these controls here. Okay, and let's do a little bit of surveying. Uh-oh, there's something right next to us. Hello. Okay, 1 and... Who are you? Okay, 1 and 2. And we still need to go farther north. Let's just let those guys be. Say live and let live. What is that over there? Let's take a peek. Actually, I think that's just a fire. Just a fire. But we can't be too slow about it, because they're not going to stay afraid forever. Okay, a little bit more, and then we can pop a charcoal. Right about here. Let's hope nothing sneaks up. Okay. Let me do this, and this, and this. So, when it comes to using the arrow, it can be quite far, but you've got to be much better at arcing it than I am. Okay, now just right about over there. One more little survey to do, and then this whole area will be set. So I'd imagine, if I was good enough, I could probably hit something, you know, way on the top of that rock if I aimed it up here. Something like that. But you would have to really aim it high. I just heard something. I'm not sure if it was a rock. No, that was a deer or a bear or a moose noise? What was that? That was a deer noise. Okay. Alright, so I think right about here. Let's use the charcoal to draw on the map. And you are... Okay, here we go. Yeah. And now we're actually kind of a little bit far from our fire. And these guys are feeling brave. So... Let's hope we can just kind of deal with this. Okay. Alright, so that morale is broken. You can tell by the pack health bar disappearing. So that means there's only... So we confirm there's only 4 in the pack. That's probably the lone survivor. There are at least 2 others that are stuck with an arrow and are not going to have a good time. And one that's probably bled out already, one that's bleeding out. So, I meant to do that. I always forget what I come somewhere to do. Okay, so let's pop this charcoal. And I think as I was about to say before we were so rudely interrupted, is... I'm not sure how familiar you are with this game, but you can use these charcoals. So, not necessarily. If you hit the wolf with the arrow, and there is that blood splatter on the ground, that means that you've wounded it, and it will eventually succumb to that injury. Actually, I probably should have checked to see if there's blood on the ground over here. Maybe we did miss. But that time, the arrow actually broke. And if the arrow breaks, so here's our inventory. Broken arrow. So here's our normal arrows down here. And they have a condition, so this one's 46% durability left. And if it's low enough, they can break. And if they break, they don't stick in. But sometimes, well, at least as far as I know, if you hit them, even if it breaks, it will wound them. But if it breaks, it won't stick in, like I said. If it doesn't break, it will stick in them. And they'll run around and you'll have to find them to pick it up later. But it's actually a pain in the butt to either find or make arrows. So if at all possible, you always want to pick them up. So let's see, let me give you the lowdown. So the scenario, well, the genre is, it's kind of one of those survival games. So think, I don't know, like maybe Rust, maybe... What other games like that? Like, it's not Apex. Yeah, so you can craft. There's a whole spiel, I guess, before I sort of get to that. Okay, so there's... Is that the deer we found, or is that a wolf that fell over? That might have been a deer that was there earlier. Yeah, that's a deer. Okay, hold on. I need to use all of my brain to think of where... Okay, we shot the arrows over here, so I think that's a wolf up there. Let me back up. So the genre is kind of like a survival game. So imagine those games where you start with nothing, and the typical version of this game is you can pick up a rock and use the rock to make a hatchet and use the hatchet to chop down trees, and then eventually you're like mining things and making towers and castles and that sort of thing. Like this guy. But in this particular instance of it, it's much more sort of, I don't know, this has been a while, this is a TV reference. It's much more Bear Grylls survival oriented. So it's like low tech. There's a very limited amount of crafting that's possible. And your biggest, the biggest threat and danger is actually the environment, and in particular the weather. Because, as you can tell by the snow, it is very cold. So that's sort of the genre. The scenario is you're in the Canadian wilderness when a sort of apocalypse-level solar event happens that fries all electronics. So nothing electronic works. So, no heaters, cars are all fried. If you want to warm up, you've got to either find shelter or build a fire, that kind of thing. No flashlights. Lights on buildings don't work. Electronic things don't work. And it's pretty much, everyone is dead, try to survive. You can do that by scavenging. There's a limited amount of sort of low-tech things you can craft. You'd be surprised. It's a lot less to do in this game and this sort of version of the style than in the typical, you can, you know, build an entire base sort of thing. Really, the best you can do is maybe stitch together some clothes from pelts that you make. You can maybe repair some clothing, harvest things that you find, you know, break them down into parts that you can use to patch other things up. And it's very much about maintaining your equipment. I actually haven't gotten around to making a Discord yet, unfortunately. But if you want to, the game has a big enough sort of following that there are a few wikis if you want to take a peek. No, I'm kind of a noob, as you can tell from, you know, having the bare bones Twitch setup. I've really just got, I guess, this and some streaming things. I don't yet understand the newfangled Insta. I'm not such a cool individual that I can be on the gram. I mean, whatever it is, it's the default. It is mostly the default. Okay, what was all here? Right, I'm sure there's one arrow that I fired point blank that completely missed, and that's the one we haven't picked up. So we started out with 10 arrows. We have one broken arrow here, so that's 9 arrows. No, I need to count. So that's 7, so we're holding 6. 7, that goes to 8 for the broken. And then there's one stuck in a dude. That brings us up to 9, and 10 is the one we missed. I mean, you can call it designing. It's still a work in progress, but I've basically made it from scratch, is I think the question that you're asking. So, you know, learned a little bit of Blender, learned a little bit of rigging, applied the appropriate bones and face things, and now we have this beautiful visage that you're seeing in the corner of the screen here. Let's see. Now the question is, where did I shoot that arrow? It was kind of in a point-blank thing, and it was just over a hill. Or did we pick it up? Let's see. Yeah, it's kind of like one of those, I kind of wanted to do it as a hobby, and now it became this. But yeah, there's still a bunch of stuff that I would like to mess around still. Like the snout it's a little bit too sort of barrely and maybe canine. I want to sort of shorten it down, make it a little bit more, and I guess to answer your question from a long time ago, make it a little bit more cheetah-like. And then of course I need to figure out how to draw stuff, so that we're not just this is the bog standard, absolute default white texture. So like no textures are on this. Yeah, I mean, if you've been doing this stuff for that long, then certainly you know a lot more than I do. And hey, if it's a little bit cringe-worthy, well, I guess we could all use a little bit more cringe in our lives. Okay, we got that. So, I kind of am in a zone where I kind of want to make everything myself. I'm sure you could make something, very high quality, but, it's sort of like there's a certain, I don't know, satisfaction that I get from the hobby of sort of making everything by hand. Let us see. So I guess to continue on, like the green maple sapling that I just chopped down, we can use that to eventually make another bow. Because just like the arrows are breakable, the bows are breakable too, and you just have to remake those every time you break it. Okay, let's see. We have been running around for most of the day, and I think we're pretty much done up here. So let's do a little bit of eating, drinking, and being merry. And then we can head back to our storage and move off to... There's one more place in this region I want to check before leaving. I mean, maybe. Maybe. I'd have to think about it. I don't have enough sort of brain power to press these buttons and think about that at the same time. Let's see. Crows usually mean there's a body. Is that just the deer again? I think this is the third time we found this deer. What I want to find is that first wolf that we hit. Because that guy ought to have an arrow stuck in him. Yeah, I mean, I'm sure you've got... I mean, you've been doing it for long enough. You must be really good at it. But I kind of like to try my hand at it first. And then if, you know, if I run into a block and can't think of anything that kind of makes sense for me, then I'll definitely hit you up. I mean, so I mentioned this a few days ago. I mean, you know, you weren't there to hear it, but one of the reasons that I sort of started trying this whole streaming thing is to sort of attempt to be able to play a game and do another thing at the same time, because multitasking is, as you can tell from all the pausing that I'm taking, it's rough on my brain. So I'm not sure I'll be able to give any of your ideas the consideration that they deserve, while I'm trying to not freeze or get eaten by these fluffy animals. Okay, let's see. What was I doing? You see, I'm already forgetting things. We're heading back to the storage. Okay. Yes. Yeah, because we're done here. I've actually sort of given up on finding that first guy that we shot. Yeah, I need to figure out the whole social situation. Yeah, what would be a good thing? No, am I forgetting something? No. So, I don't know if this will help, but I do have an X. I forgot that, because I've never really... Well, I've used it... Did I use it once? I don't remember. But it should be the same name as this channel. If you want to, you know, drop a link there, that would be something that you could do. Yeah, it should be. I think? Yeah. Yeah, that should be possible. And then, you know, I haven't really used it for anything else, so, you know, if the link is there, it'll be the first thing I see. Do you call it an X, or do we still call it a Twitter? I don't know. It's a great mystery. So one, sort of the one Hail Mary to find that wolf that we maybe hit is when there's something dead, and it's sometime in the day, crows will... Okay. Okay, I'll take a peek at that next time I'm on it. Sometimes crows will circle above things that have fallen over to take a nap. Let me take a peek over this hill, see if that wolf is there. And that's one of the only ways to find... It's one of the only ways to find things that you've shot that have run away that you've lost track of. Is that... Oh, we might have gotten lucky. We might have gotten lucky just now. Because that doesn't look like... It looks a little bit too dark to stick up and just be in the geometry. Or be a piece of geometry. Oh yeah, I'm feeling good about this. Now the only thing we need to do is not fall in the ice when we're getting to it. Okay, and this is a little bit steep. If you stand on, or if you walk on things that are steep for a little bit too long, there's a pretty good chance you'll end up spraining your ankle, which is, it can be bad. So it's not slippery in the sense that there's ice physics, but if you see this this mark on the bottom right of this, here, footsteps. If you see this mark on the bottom right hand of the screen, the kind of red slope, that's warning you that you're walking on a hill that is unsafely steep, and so you're at risk of basically spraining your ankle or spraining your yeah. Here we go. Here's our arrow. And it's floating in the air. Spooky. But you're at risk at, having some movement-oriented injury. That means you either won't be able to use a bow or you won't be able to sprint until you basically fix it. Okay, here we go. And we can harvest all of these things. So are you at all familiar with the, the old TV show Man vs. Wild with Bear Grylls?
I can barely walk with this much gear.
Oof. Okay, we are carrying a lot of stuff, which means we're pretty heavy. And so let's try to eat and drink and lower this as much as possible. So, if you move far enough away from the shore, because I was sneaking. If you move far enough away from the shore, it will start cracking. And if you don't respect that, it will break. So let's see if I can activate that. Yeah. Like that started cracking. If I kept going or if I just stood there, eventually it would break and I'd fall in. And what that would do is it would basically make all my clothes wet and not good at fighting the cold, and it would make me freezing immediately. So I'd be seriously risking hypothermia. But yeah, so if you don't drink for long enough that your thirst meter goes down, eventually this guy will make a remark along the lines of, that guy who drank his own pee doesn't seem too crazy right about now, and he's referring to Bear Grylls. Because his thing was, always, how can I distill my pee to drink in cases where I'm like in the desert? That was sort of the meme, if you remember it. But yeah, this is definitely sort of more on the grounded, besides it being a post-apocalyptic sort of situation, it's kind of a grounded scenario. Alright, so now all we need to do is walk back to our base of operations, which is right over there. Or at least that's one of them. Then we can drop a whole bunch of this stuff, maybe cook some of it. In fact, we're so slow, I think it's worth the trouble to drop a whole bunch of this stuff and head over, because... Whoops, whoop, 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 whoop. And walk over quickly and basically take 2 trips. Yeah, well, keep on keeping on. But don't have too much fun while you're at it, hey? Whoop, 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 whoop. Okay. I do not like thin ice. Alright. So in the meantime, we're just walking over here. We're walking over here. Yeah, I mean, I try not to. But, I have fallen off a bridge or two before, and that didn't end well. I'll try not to do that again. In fact, some would say I spend my life trying not to do that again. Alright. One thing, I've said it before, I'll say it again. The developers really nailed the dawn and dusk vibes. They really hit it out of the park. Yeah, I'll take a look next time I'm on X. Okay, but all we need to do is make sure nothing spooky sneaks up on us. By spooky, I mean fluffy. And by fluffy, I mean timberwolves. Okay, can we cross this without going inland? Are we feeling sufficiently brave? I think we might be. Okay, looking good. Well, let's just say I aspire to be some, at least, decent quality second monitor content. Whether the aspirations are fulfilled, only time can tell. But audio-wise, it should just be similar to this. Okay, we're walking. Actually, maybe we do need to hope that nothing goes over and eats that meat that we dropped on the ice over there. It ought not. But we shall see. Okay, let's head over, head inside. Drop all this stuff. Drop everything we can. Maybe take a short nap, and then go back and pick up our food. Because the one thing that you gotta keep doing is you gotta keep stocking up on food. Because this guy goes through calories like nothing. Alright, here. Let's droppity drop. Drink. Head in. Can maybe try to fumble around in the dark, find our plastic container where we... There we are. Uh-oh, did I lose it again? Come to me, container. It's the trailer leave, so that means the plastic container is... Oh. Perhaps we won't have such luck to find that again. Let's use the dim light coming through the windows to orient. I feel like it shouldn't be this hard to get it. Right about here. Okay, perfect. Get a little bit of water, a little bit of food. Let's take a quick nap. Toss the bedroll down. Maybe 4 hours for starters. Nice little 4-hour nap. Okay. Pick that guy up. Drink, because apparently sleeping is mighty thirsty work. Drink, eat, and be merry. And let's head out. Oh. Another thing we can do, actually, is drop all of these materials that we harvested. Because while those are inside, they will begin to cure. And once they have finished curing and drying, we can use them in our crafting endeavors. Whether that means we're crafting bows, or we can be crafting wolfskin coats, or repairing said wolfskin coats. It's all possible. We just need to keep the bay on our right side, so we don't get lost in this blizzard. Because if we do get lost, we're going to have a bad time. That is one of the best ways... Oops. Thin ice. One of the best ways to have a quick end. Okay, we're looking for the next bit of land. Okay, here we are. And we just want to keep that thin ice on our right. And eventually we'll hit that meat. Okay, looking good. Still looking as expected. Maybe here's a little bit more land. See, look how much faster we move when we're walking with the wind than without the wind. Maybe a little bit too far to the right there. Let's keep it going. We should be getting close. The downside, of course, is that once we do pick up all this meat, we might have a little bit of trouble walking back. Here we go. Okay, so we found our stuff. It's still here. And we can now head back. Now, for those of you who have eagle eyes, you may have noticed that we are more than halfway down on our temperature scale, so we are going to start taking a little bit of hypothermia damage. But we're not going to be out here for so long that it's nothing we can't just sleep off and lose by the morning.
Can't feel my feet.
So I'm not too concerned about it. Of course, again, this is assuming that we don't get lost. Always assuming that we don't get lost in a blizzard. But I think this genius plan of keeping this bay on the left and the land on the right will guarantee that we do not get lost. Love a good guarantee. Thin ice. Love a good guarantee of pathfinding. Just need to be pretty quick on the draw. Make sure we don't walk on the thin ice for too long. We want to walk on it a little bit, just to make sure it's still there. But we don't want to be so brazen that we just go and hop a squat and take a rest on it. Okay, here's our land. Should still be a little bit more until we hit those trailers. A little bit more open than I was hoping for, because this should be thin ice. Unless... No, here's land. So that must have been the big inlet right by the trailers. We should be close. Should hopefully be pretty close. At least I thought we were close. I'm beginning to get a little bit worried. Nope, here we go. Got worried just as we arrived. Well, it's better to get worried and then not have to be worried than to be in a situation where you really should be worried and you're just blasé about it. Been in those before. Okay, hop inside, warm up, sleep off all of our fatigue on this comfy bearskin bedroll. If I can find the one pixel that it'll allow me to place it. The one lonely little pixel. Come on now. There we go. Oh, I lost it. And I lost it. Come on now. I believe in you. I believe. Come on. This is just silly. This is just a little bit silly. And no. Oh, there we go. Okay, perfect. And let's sleep for probably about 6 hours, which will put it right about at dawn. And if we are right about at dawn, then that means one, let's listen. I don't hear the blizzard outside. So perhaps the blizzard will not be outside. And if it's not outside, we can start cooking this meat. It's still a little bit too windy. Well, as long as we can find a windbreak, we can start cooking this. But I am concerned because the wind will change direction. And I've tried to cook here, and the wind has changed
Not gonna
direction
be able to carry this load for
3
much
times in a
longer.
row, just to snipe my fires. Okay, we need to find a good place for a fire break. Is this a good place? This is not a good place. You'd think this would be a good place, but apparently the wind can rip right through here. Okay, I think this will be our fire break. So, well, first let's take charcoal, because we did use these before, and we're running a little bit low on charcoal. Let us start the fire and hope it doesn't burn out so fast. Sometimes you get unlucky, but sometimes can't be every time. Ah, tea has been fully steeped and then fully over-steeped. Alright, so let's fuel. Takes about 40 minutes to cook some wolf meat just on a random stone. Takes about 38 minutes, I think, to cook it in a pot. Okay, so now we just step. The wind changed direction to snipe our fire. Wouldn't you know it? Wouldn't you know it? And it's a blizzard too. Come on now. That's just unreasonable. Well, I guess we go inside and just pop a squat for a minute.
Too much stuff to carry.
This is just the right amount of stuff to carry. Don't kid yourself. Okay. Last time for an hour. Hope we get lucky. Man, this cabin is cursed for cooking. Absolutely cursed. Okay, I can still hear the blizzard outside. So let's wait for another hour. Still hear it. Wait for another hour. It's a good thing we have all this food. I think the blizzard is gone. But is it still windy? Not really. It's not really windy right now. So, let's start this fire again and try again.
Hypothermia wouldn't kill me.
Let's try this one more time. The time to celebrate.
Come on.
Fuel. Got all these sticks. Start with some water. Because we are, I think, a little bit low on water in this location. So let's just deal with this. One problem at a time.
I wonder if I can drop any of this gear.
You can drop some of the gear, but not now. So now we're just playing our cooking rhythm game. Cook, 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 and quick. I'm not going to ask why the devs have these two different menus to do basically, no, I let it burn out. So on the plus side, sunny day means we get the pleasure of starting this fire with a magnifying lens. And as long as we can start the fire with a magnifying lens and we don't have to use a match, chef's kiss. Nothing that is consumable has been lost. But I'm feeling a little bit arrogant, so let's really stack this fire with firewood. The downside, of course, being if the wind comes along and decides to blow it out, even though there's 2.5 hours of burn time left, all of that unburned wood just disappears into smoke like it's a magician. I did not mean to pick that up. Did not mean to pick that up. That is a waste of burn time. Bad Yuchi. Bad, bad Yuchi. You have got to be kidding me. You have got to be kidding me. This is getting burned out. Who is too windy? How do you keep sniping me? This wind is going to make like a 360 420 no-scope compilation. Phase style. Ah, and that only needed 5 more minutes. Boo. 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 Well, I never said that I was lucky. I hoped that I would be, but I never said that I was. Okay, we have 3 more wolf meats to cook. Well, I guess let's just take a quick nap and hope this wind is gone before the sun goes down. Because I would like to restart this fire and not have to use it. That was a 1-hour wind gust. A 1-hour wind gust that only bursted up to blow our fire out. Extremely rude. On the plus side, I didn't think that that meat would end up cooking, and it did. So we definitely got, well, perhaps we are lucky sometimes. We definitely got lucky there.
I'm gonna have to leave something behind.
Okay. Let's finish this. We are going to need more firewood. Luckily, there is a surplus. 2, 3, 4. Let's see, is that going to be enough? Probably not, but we'll cross that bridge when we get to it. Okay, add all these guys. Fast forward. Both of these are cooked. And how much? We have 2 left. Don't. 1 for 49 minutes. 1 for 38. Do I hear the wind picking up again? Come on now. Okay, luckily I think the wind is coming from the north, this direction, which I believe we should be covered from. Okay, but let's speed this up. Okay, so we didn't burn down completely, so let's put you in, then you'll cook. And not actually enough to make any water though. So I think we'll just have to be content that this storage location... Well, let's check. I'd like to have at least 2 liters, but I don't think we do.
I can
okay, we do.
much more.
So let's restock. Actually, let's stock all this stuff outside because my belief is that food spoils slower in an outside container, presumably because it's colder. And I think that in here, yes, there is a metal container that we can put a bunch of this meat in. Okay, 10 kilos is probably more than enough. I didn't see that flare before. Let's put a mark so we don't remember. Well, that's the opposite of what we want to do. A mark so that we don't forget. Yeah, let's spray paint the snow. That's a good idea. A mark so we don't forget where this stuff is. And now, let's pick up all of that stuff that was curing and stash it inside the main storage area, which is a little bit to the south. It's a little bit to the south in a larger industrial canning facility. All the stuff, and let's head out. And once we're there, we can decide exactly what it is that we want to take back with us. Because unfortunately, there are a few choke points that are really strong encumbrance checks. Yeah, we're missing 2 arrows. No, one of them is broken, so we're only missing 1 arrow. So, okay, that's not the end of the world. It's less than ideal, but it's not the end of the world. I think we want to go down here. Okay. But there's a couple of encumbrance checks, which mean we'll have to be pretty picky about exactly what it is that we want to take back to the main zone out of this region. Okay, let's just keep it moving. The way back is up on that plateau, and you can't get there without climbing up a rope, which is unfortunate. Okay. Let us be a little bit careful, because this is the haunt of several wolf packs. One of them I've whittled down to only 1 member, so it should be afraid. Unless it got reinforcements. We just always want to be a little bit careful that we don't just run up on something unexpectedly. And it's kind of hard to hear the pitter-patter of those cute little toe beans with all this wind. Okay, let's make sure we don't come up on anything around this blind corner. Okay, I think we should be clear. It looks like we're clear. Yeah. Okay, so our storage location is on the back side of this warehouse-looking area. Okay, looking clear. Sounding clear. Okay, excellent. I kind of want to go and see, is that a backpack? I want to see what's in that. Sometimes during a blizzard, random stuff, you know, junk, equipment, good stuff sometimes, will get washed up on the shore. So it's always a good idea to take a peek and check after a blizzard. Yeah, like all these I think I want to take. Because... Okay, so here's the plan. Everything we want to take, we need to drag from this warehouse location across the long bridge, up past a possible moose, and then right here under the pensive lookout, that's where the rope up is. So we're going to have to start heading over there and dumping stuff underneath that rope. Let's see, but what can we drop for now? Because we want to be as lightly encumbered as possible going there and coming back, because that means we can, of course, drag more stuff in one trip. So, everything that we want to pick up later, let's drop right here. That probably includes some of this. Definitely the pry bar. Let's see, how ruthless can we be? Probably an energy drink. Maybe 2 bandages. 2 painkillers. And what else would be good to drop? Not much. Let's see how much we can pick up. Or better said, let's see how much there is to drag out of here. Okay, not as much as I was fearing. Let's think. Let us think. It may behoove us to leave one or two of these wolf pelts behind, because these things, if I ever come back, can be used to repair clothing. So if I come back and I'm in a bad way, it would be nice to have those around. So let's actually do that. Let's drop one of the wolf pelts, one of the cured deer hides, well, 2 wolf pelts, and 2 fresh guts. That's a good start. Let's get out of these lockers anything we'd want to bring with. We want to bring the moose hide satchel. I want to bring the rope. Okay, that's it for this guy. That's fine. You can stay. You can stay. Maybe one of the flashlights can stay. Magnifying glass can stay. All this stuff can stay. Maybe we can take 2 of the marine flares. And we definitely want the woodworking tools. Because those woodworking tools unlock a huge amount of... I guess the bear hide rug doesn't need it. But it unlocks a huge amount of this crafting. Of course, I still need to find the furniture workbench. I guess you could make that with woodworking tools. But if we look at the world map, we've got, starting from the bottom right and going around clockwise, we've got Desolation Point, Crumbling Highway, Coastal Highway, Ravine, Bleak Inlet, Mystery Lake, Forlorn Muskeg, Broken Railroad, Mountain Town, and Hushed River Valley. Those locations are all locations I've visited already, so I'm not coming back. But in all of those locations, and there's only 4 locations left, Pleasant Valley, Black Rock, Timberwolf Mountain, and Ash Canyon. In all of the locations I've visited, I didn't find a single set of woodworking tools until this set down, I don't even remember where it was. Maybe it was somewhere in the warehouses. But let's start lugging this stuff across. Actually, we're going to need to sleep and do this like kind of in the middle of the night. We can drop this and we don't have to sleep in the bearskin. We can sleep in the regular bed. The regular bed. I'm actually kind of not liking how fast that bearskin bed... What was that? What was that noise? Punk. I see you, Punk. I see you, Punk. Oh, Jesus. Oh, okay. I saw you. I was expecting you. But when you turned to face me, oh my god, I almost lost it. Did you run away all the way? Okay, safe. Oh, not safe. Not safe. And you have a friend. Okay. Let's deal with you in the morning. Let's deal with you in the morning. Thank you very much. Okay. Sleep for 6 hours. Okay, I hear an aurora. Unfortunately... Unless... Is that a blizzard? Okay, unfortunately that means these wolves are probably bath salts wolves now. Let's check that. Okay, drop until we are unencumbered. And just take a look out here. We have 3 scent marks, so they should be making their way over here eventually. Okay, let's go back up to our hidey hole. We can climb this rope because we're not over encumbered at all. And of course, they're wolves. They can't climb the rope. And we... Oh! Cardboard box. I thought that said cured something. And there's a path around on the second floors. there's a path around that we can use to get eyes on exactly what these guys are doing. As long as we don't fall through any of these holes. Okay. I'm not seeing or hearing, but that doesn't mean much. Let's wait until we are out in front. Because by then we should be able to see what's going on. I heard something on the right here. I heard it. Where'd you go? Where did you go? I hear you, punk. Okay, so you're running away. Alright, luckily the aurora that I'm certain I heard stopped. And I believe it stopped because it became foggy and cloudy. Okay. And what that means is that the wolves are no longer on bath salts. Let's just find a nice safe place to hop down. Okay. Just moving across, and probably from this trailer. No, we can jump down from this trailer because it's lower. Okay. Now let's just head back and pick up some food and water, and then we can think about maybe sleeping until dawn. Alright, food and water. Where are you hiding? Here's some food. That's the opposite of what I meant. Here's some water, and there's some food. Drink up. Eat up. I hear those paw pads again. Pick up some of this food that's about to go bad, and eat it before it goes to waste. Okay. And now we can probably get about 2 more hours of a nap in. Alright, now we awake. And let us pick up these things we dropped and we can head out.
I need to drop something.
Let's see, firewood-wise. I hear you, punk. I hear you down there. Alright, let's head out and just hope we can scare him off. Probably a good idea to have at least a few sticks, because these things will let me start a fire, scare these guys away if we get caught out in the middle of nowhere. Okay, clear. Every once in a while, it doesn't hurt to just stand still and listen for toe beans. As long as we can get on the bridge that's to the right of the road out front, we should be clear all the way up to... Did I pick up the mountaineering rope? Yeah. We should be clear all the way up to the drop point. Okay. So you're still afraid. Which means we can use that to leave. I hope. Still a little bit risky with 3 scent marks. Because these wolves will snort you with those little snoots from real far away if you've got 3 scent marks. because we're carrying all these pelts and entrails effectively. Oh god, now the Aurora's back, which means anything that comes up on us is going to be bath salts wolves. Ooh, this was not great. Hopefully... the dawn cannot come soon enough. The dawn cannot come soon enough. Okay. Trying to get a solid view over in this direction for anything that looks like it might be trying to sneak up on us. Because we're heading over in this direction. And if we can see any little gray wolf shapes moving around, that means we know we have to take a detour. But if we don't see those, then that means we can keep moving. Because food and drink-wise, we don't have so much that we can stay out forever. But it's still not a really dangerous situation because there's... What is that? That's just a tree stump. There is that storage area we just left that's nearby. And there's also a fishing storage area over in that building that I stocked up before. So we should be nice and covered for all of our caloric and hydrophilic needs. Okay. Love to have a nice long sight line. Okay, that's nothing. Because long sight line means no surprises. And with any luck, we'll be clear all the way up. I think we get lucky this time. I think we do. Let's go over this hill ahead. I think that is a slightly straighter route. Slightly more optimal travel direction. There is a possibility for there to be a moose somewhere in this moor area, this kind of swampy area to the left. But I don't see it or hear it. So I think it might not be here. I would not be interested in going up against a bath salts moose anyway. Oh, what was that? Was that music? Yeah, that was just music. Or let's call it background noise. Delicious material. Which is pretty nice as far as drinkable tea goes. It's still looking safe. And it's also nice that there are all of these light sources here. Because when you are caught out in the middle of an aurora, the only thing that can get bath salts animals off of you is either shooting enough arrows at them that they fall over, or making them go near a light source. Because apparently, when their brains are getting fried, they become photosynthesis. That's not the correct photo word. They become photosensitive, not photosynthesis. That wouldn't make any sense. Okay, we're walking. We are walking of the Christopher variety. And now I just need to find where that rope is. I think it's in this cranny over on the left here. Don't quote me on that, but I've got a vague recollection it is. A vague recollection. In fact, it's a long way up. We have so much fatigue, I've actually got half a mind to drop what is necessary and take the first trip up. Let's do that. How much are we over? We're over by 3 kilos. Okay, so for starters, let's eat and drink what we can, because that's by far the best way to lose weight. Well, in this game. Usually not in real life. Let's see. And we can drop things that we are definitely... Oof. Definitely able to come back for. Ooh, hiccups. More hiccups. Like all of these hiccups, sticks. What else can we drop? Hiccups. We can drop this recycled can. And I guess we'll be back pretty quickly. So it shouldn't be the end of the world to drop these arrows. We just need to remember to not leave them behind. What else can we drop? Lantern oil. And... I guess we'll be right back down so we can drop the rest of the water. Didn't mean to press that. Let's drop. Okay, and now let's see exactly how much fatigue we're going to lose getting up this rope, because this is a pretty long climb. As our fatigue reduces, our climbing speed should also slow down, which means it can get pretty rough to get up these things. Okay, as long as we've got basically max fatigue. Yeah, this took about, let me estimate. That took about 40% of our fatigue to get up. So we do need to be at just about max fatigue. Okay, there used to be a timberwolf pack up here. It used to be just kind of over that hill. I don't know if it's back, but let's be careful as we go up to our little safe spot to drop all this junk. Because these guys would be on bath salts. Actually, I kind of want to see if they're there. No. Okay, I think we're clear up here. But... no, the Bleak Inlet Vista isn't here, it's down. Maybe we take a look at that before going back. At any rate, let's drop all of the stuff, or stow all of the stuff. There's a container out here. We can put it all in. Yep. And this guy. Okay. Not a bad haul. If I was stuff to drop, I would be all this. All this. And I would also be... so definitely you. Okay, so we're kind of getting into... can't hold any more territory. I would definitely drop you, Mr. Mountaineering Rope. And I would also drop things that I could find, or that I'm not going to definitely need later, down there. So let's drop all these guys. Drop, drop, drop. I just need to not be away for so long that this stuff either starts getting damaged or despawns. Probably drop some of these guys. Oops. And drop the tools. Kind of want to drop that inside here. But we're definitely going to need some food and water. And maybe this much. What else can we drop? Flashlight? And drop the satchel. Well, the extra satchel, let's say. And we are pretty low on encumbrance. Well, at any rate, it's probably a good idea to at least sleep for a little bit. So let's short nap. Finish dropping things.
Looks like a new day is dawning.
More pelts. Let's not forget that that's up there. 3 hours. Three hours of nap. Okay. And it's still quite cold, huh? It's still safe, still clear. Let's look for anything else we can drop. Like, for example... some of this charcoal. I do need some of it, because there's going to be a little bit more exploration down there. We can drop the woodworking tools, and let's just hope they don't take damage. And we can probably drop one of these torches. And maybe a little bit of this cloth. Oh, and also these cured saplings. Okay, that's pretty light. Pretty lightweight. Let's head over to the Vista. Use that to absolutely blast any of the unseen locations down in that bay area. Okay, looks clear. Bunny rabbits means we're safe. And that's a deer, also mean we're safe. And actually, while we're at it, there should be a radio station building over by this broadcast tower that, if recollection serves, if recollection serves, there was a memento hint that was on that, in that building. And if it's the hint that's over in the far west of this region where the hunter's blind was, then hopefully the key that I'm missing was there, or is there. So let's see. Okay. Just a nice and uneventful stroll. Wonder what those guys are flying towards. Death. But where? Unknown. Location unknown. Let's see. Can we see anything from here? Not really, but over in that direction, past the bridge, you can barely see through those treetops. I think that's where another timberwolf pack is, but it's also the last place in this region that I want to scout. For starters, let's check this shelf. That's just an air conditioning unit. For starters, let us check this location here. Okay, there's no key. My disappointment is immeasurable and my day is ruined. No key. Well, that's fine. That's fine. I didn't want to go back there anyway. But what I did want to do is to find this vista that I definitely walked over before, but it didn't tell me that it was a vista. Actually, what we need right now is the charcoal. Yeah, I definitely walked over here and it just never told me. Unfortunate. I feel like I might have even surveyed here. Oh, that was strong. Oh, look at that. Beautiful. Beautiful. Oh, and there's even a cave up there? Hold on now. The cave system? To cave system? I'm gonna have to see where that goes. I'm gonna have to see where that goes. My curiosity will not let me ignore it. Alright, new plan. New plan. We're up in the plateau area. We go down. We swing by this road where that perhaps last timberwolf pack was. We swing by the cannery worker residences. There's a stash in one of these cabins. We take anything good from the stash and we bring it back to this rope. Green birch sapling. Where was that sapling? Let's see. We're heading back that way anyway. So we head across to the road, then to the cannery residences by the shore, then back to the rope, drop everything, and then we head around, we see what that cave is looking like, and on the way back, we take everything that we wanted from the cannery that we dropped. And that should set us in a pretty good state to be finished with this place. You see, I was certain that this was a dead end over here. But now I'm very curious as to where that cave system leads. Very curious. Alright, food and drink, we're good. Yeah, we should be good to go all the way to the cannery. Or not the cannery proper, but the workers' residences. With this much food and this much water, even with the detour, it should be fine. One thing that I'm a little bit concerned about is fatigue. We shouldn't lose too much going down the rope, but we will lose a chunk. I think we'll still be set. There's a bed at the fishing area, the workers' residences. That's our second destination here. We will need that soon, but not quite yet. Okay, what are these crows crowing about? I have no idea. Something over there. I don't know what that is. It's not my problem. Alright. Just keep moving and let's try to find where this birch sapling is. How would I have missed a birch sapling? It's almost my favorite thing to find other than a fully formed arrow. Oh, you know what? I bet it's right here and I've already harvested it. I feel like... yeah, I think I've harvested this sapling over here. I think the saplings just don't disappear after you harvest them. Okay. So now we're going back down. Can we see anything fluffy afoot from here? No, I don't think so. Okay, let's go. Let's go. Yeah, now that I'm a little bit lower than half fatigue, I think he's climbing a bit slower. Although going down certainly takes much less fatigue than going up. So going up took about 40% fatigue. Maybe this was about 10%? No, let me think. That's 50, that's... Yeah, maybe about 10%, 15%. Okay, and the thing that I've been forgetting to do, harvest the arrowhead from this broken arrow. Okay, looking good. And now we want to head... Where are we? Right about here. We want to head southeast, which is kind of this way. And we're still pretty low on the carry weight. Delicious. Just keeping an ear out. Actually, at this rate, by the time we get to those cabins, we'll be pretty low on fatigue, it looks like. But it should still be fine. We just need to either hit the river and turn right, or hit the road and turn left. And eventually cross a bridge. I've been in this direction before, but I was turned back by a pretty decently sized wolf pack. I don't know if the timberwolves are still there, but that's what we're going to find out. Man. Little homie is walking real slow. Unfortunately. Just keep heading this way, kind of try to keep the high ground. Just in case it gives us a slightly better vantage point by the time we... What are you? Okay, no. I think that's just the frozen top of a rock. Oh, did not mean to fall that far. It probably would have been fine, but I am always a little bit afraid of falling too far, because I don't know when the "you've fallen too far" threshold is met. Alright, keep moving. We keep moving. Okay. And we keep an eye out for fluffy things. As much as I love to hug a good fluffy thing, it's not always the best of ideas. Hello. Okay, we got one wolf. I think he's across the... So one wolf, two wolf, red wolf, blue wolf, three wolf. Okay. And we're not quite at the bridge yet. I think the bridge is farther over to the right, which is south of us. We have one scent mark. Probably from the meat here. Which means it's not impossible that they start stalking. So let's just be a little bit careful moving around here. And how's our fire situation? Okay, we do have enough sticks to make an impromptu fire, in case we need to sing some Kumbaya. Okay, here's the road. That means the bridge... It ought to be... Okay. Wolves are here. We're here. Bridge is here. How to handle this? Well, let's get a little bit better vantage point. Okay, so it does look like the road continues in that direction, and that's the way I want to go. One. Where'd the other two go? Okay, here's the plan. We break down one of these scrub brushes. That'll give us a whole bunch more sticks. And then we build a fire. We build a fire to deal with the wolves. We can scare them off just long enough to, what the heck is, oh, these are my footsteps. We can scare them off just long enough to do the survey. And luckily it sounds like the wind has stopped as well. So we scare them off just long enough to do the survey, and then we can leave, while their morale is still broken. One here. At least one over to the left behind that grass. Let's see if we can get across the bridge before we start this fire. May not get so lucky, but we also might. And it's sunny, so we may even have the great fortune of starting the fire with the magnifying glass. We are getting a little bit close to be having one scent mark, so let's see how this goes. 1, 2. Where's number 3? Okay, they still don't see. The instant that they start howling, I'm putting down the fire. But for now, we're just sneaking up on them real smooth. Okay. I think these made me. See if we can get a free hit out of this. Okay, that's 1. And can we get 2? Okay, so we've already broken the morale. And these are actually all of the arrows. Okay, so we've got one... I think there's only one member of the pack left. So he ought to be morale broken, just... Where'd... Keep running. He ought to be morale broken, so I think we're safe here. Okay. So let's continue down the road. We can harvest that guy on the way back. I think we should be safe to just keep moving. It looks like there might be some sort of a avalanche over here. But I can't quite tell. Is that a wolf? I think I just saw a wolf over there. So let's be careful. This certainly can't be another wolf pack, right? Look at all these paw prints. Show me the beans! Keep it running. Okay, here's the question though. Are you injured or are you routed? You're injured. Okay, so you're gonna bleed out eventually. I wonder if maybe I just do the charcoal here. Okay. Perfect. And that's the last bit. Okay, so that's good. Let's harvest. Just because I hate to leave it behind. Feels like a waste. And all you. And can we do it by hand? No. Now this stuff, what can we do with this stuff? I suppose we can drop it all at the fishing shacks.
My energy.
We're going to be walking pretty slow once we harvest that second wolf. Pretty slow. Okay, look at how... Okay, is that you? No, that's a tree branch. Okay, looking good. Yeah, this should be fine. Plenty of daylight. Fatigue is getting a little bit bingo. But we're just a hop, skip, and a jump to the next safe house. So, Fingers crossed, as long as nothing sneaks up on us. So here we go. And yep, and yep. Actually, I've got half a mind to cook up a bunch of this meat
This pack is getting kind of heavy.
and bring it along to... Are you the guy that we routed? You must be the guy that we routed. This looks doable. Okay. So we head back to the fishing huts, which are across these little marshes and between those two rocks. We check our experiment. I left a cooked fish. Well, I left two cooked fishes. Same condition, same type of fish, very similar weight. I dropped one of them inside, one of them outside, to verify my supposition that food left outside spoils slower than food left inside. So we can check the result of that little experiment when we get over there. Okay. Where is Mr. Fluffles? I hear you. I thought I heard you. I don't know where you went, but as long as you're not here. Hello. Okay, so your morale's broken. We're good. Let's get some more firewood because we've got a lot of meat. It's gonna take a while to cook. We might even not have enough firewood to cook it all right now. To the point where it's worth it to walk all this way out of the way just to pick up one tiny little stick. Okay, but now it's just a straight shot. And we can take stock of exactly what it is that we picked up on the way. And see exactly what we picked up. You're pushing into the dusk times. We're starting to get the interesting sky color palettes. Okay, this looks like a stick over here. Love a good little fire stick. Okay, hopefully that's you with your morale still broken. If you're one of the guys from the cannery coming over, which it looks like you might be, it's actually a little bit of a concern. Okay, so no, you're still afraid. Thought I heard paw pads, but it was just a creaking tree. It seems like there might be something out on the shore over there. We can check that tomorrow in the morning. But it is getting quite dark quite fast. Hello, my dear. You know, for whatever reason, I don't really hunt deer in this game. There was one in the very beginning that I basically was... It was rough in the beginning. I spawned in a location I wasn't familiar with. It was very cold and very sparse. I ended up lucking into finding a rifle with 3 rounds and immediately was able to hunt a deer, which gave me the stuff I needed to very quickly leave that area to warmer climes. Okay, here we go. You are 95% on the outside, and the coho on the inside. Aha, 61. And you're ruined. Okay, so it's much better to leave food outside. And you're a proper fireplace, which means you can't get blown out. Amazing. Okay, let's take stock. We probably have a bunch of stuff in this trunk. Okay, dusting sulfur, heavy hammer, we can... what do we do with that? Not entirely sure what we do with that.
Something's making me feel really tired.
How about the fact that you haven't slept for like 16 hours? Okay, let's start by taking a nap. Make sure we don't dehydrate as we do. Sleep for 12. And sleep soundly for every last one of those hours. Sleeping's thirsty work, partner. Probably eat all these things. And gulp. It's actually a lot of calories. Okay. But now it's dawn and dark. Here's the leaf cabin.
Too much stuff to carry.
Okay. It's not so much stuff that we're walking slowly, so let us take this opportunity, while it's still dark, to check the coastline. And see if anything nice has blown up onto shore. So far I'm not seeing anything, but it is a little bit tough. See things that might just be tiny little black specks against this dark blue background. But here's some things. For starters, it looks like just some wood. Although we are about to be cooking, so that is welcome. And over here it looks like we might have some fish, perhaps? Ruined socks. Cloth. Lichen. And a little bit more wood. Oh. Gotta watch out for the thin ice. Watch out for the thin ice. Okay, not really seeing anything else over here. So let's head back. And maybe if we wait for an hour inside, it will become brighter. Okay.
I wonder if I can drop any of this gear.
Let's try to sleep for an hour. Guess we can't sleep, so we can wait for an hour. And it's still dark, huh? Yep. Here they go again. Nailing the dawn and dusk. Got those vibes going. Okay, but what can we do? What can we do while we wait for the light to return? Well, let's get everything that needs cooking. Aha. It happened again. All we needed to do was exit and enter. And the, take that so we don't forget. And the lighting updates. I think there's 2 storm lanterns at the other place, so let's leave this one here. But let's, yes, take this spray paint because the one I've been using is almost used up. Okay. It's good. Get some water, drink some water. And I think the time for cooking is upon us.
This pack is getting too heavy to carry.
Here's the fireplace. All right, let's go. Let's go.
Come on.
Let's start with some more water and some of these fish. to use all the reclaimed wood and most of the sticks. Now you see here, because we're inside, there's no way the game is going to get away with blowing my fire out. No way. Let's continue cooking. And continue cooking. Always choosing the thing that will be ready sooner so that we don't waste any cook time. Because we can immediately swap it out and we don't have to worry about things burning. Right? And you. And you. It's like a rhythm game I've been saying this whole time. That I am not good at. How's our fire? Still 2 hours? Okay. Which means we can use the rest on water. Yeah. Hour 30, I think 40... can definitely get 1.5 liters out of it. Probably can't get 2 liters out of it. I did not mean to pick that up, because it was not boiled yet. Oh, what a waste. At least we still have time. Time on the fire.
All this gear is slowing me down.
Pick you up. Make sure we don't dehydrate. Always drink your water. Okay, so let's drop water here. Any extras? So probably... yeah, there's a lot of water at the other place, so probably most of it. And let's think. What is our food situation? So we've got a few cooked fish here. Some uncooked food. Cured things, cured things. Let's take everything that we care to bring back. So like maybe the hammer. Actually, only the hammer. All these hides. So many saplings. So many. Okay. So what we're going to do is we are going to stow, I say stow, but I'm really just going to drop it right here. We're going to drop a bunch of this food.
Feels like a lot of gear.
Let's actually drop fish. Bring wolf meat, we can drop fish. Probably you two. Okay. So now, what we're going to do is we're going to head back to the bridge. We're going to stow a bunch of stuff in a car trunk. Because that can be another way station. We can leave the stuff in the car trunk and pick it up on the way back as we're leaving properly. We swing by the safe room in those warehouses over there. I think we've taken anything in those safe houses that we want. But I believe it's a little bit low on food. Don't quote me on that. But we can leave... no, not leave. We can pick up anything we want there for normal use. Head north, check out the cave system. And then, actually, probably should have brought some lantern fuel. It'll be fine. It'll probably be fine. Check out the cave system, then come back down. And we can pick up anything that we don't want to lug along when we come back by these cars.
This gear's starting to slow me down.
You've arrived again. No one ever told me that there was an infinite number of timberwolf packs down here in the Bleak Inlet. So let's just say it's been a rough time, but I think we've mostly got it cleared out. And now, I'm kind of in the process of orienting all of the junk that I want to drag back to the main base in the coastal highway in places that are easy to bring it up and down that rope ladder. I guess it's not a ladder. You know the deal. I was hoping this thing would have a trunk. I guess we'll have to go over here. Unfortunately, I picked up a note down here in these lowlands over by the bay over here. I think that's where it was. That said that there was a vista to be surveyed up by that radio tower. Yeah, so I went all the way back up to the radio tower. I sketched out the vista and discovered that there's a cave system that I didn't find over there. And of course I can't leave without seeing where it goes. So I was planning to take, maybe, I don't know, 2 hours, 3 hours, finish up with this region and then head back to the main areas. But it's turned into a whole thing. So let's see, what do we want to drop here? We wanted to drop here anything we wanted to bring back, which were, for example, all of these cured things. Didn't want to click back. That's not what we want to drop. I wanted to click drop. But yeah, one of these days I'll convince you to tell me how to pronounce that. Okay, so the dusting sulfur. Oh, another extremely exciting thing. I also found my first ammunition workbench. So I now finally know where I should be dragging all this lead and dusting sulfur. And other assorted things. What is all this weight? I guess it's all this food. Okay. We should be fine. Should be fine. We'll drop a bunch of the food over at the safe house. And then we'll be good to keep moving. But yeah, let's... The first time I came up on this cannery area, I was like, surely there's just the one timberwolf pack that I see outside. And if I make it inside, it'll be completely safe. That was hubris, my friend. That was pride and arrogance, and perhaps several other deadly sins. I think I ended up getting, I'm pretty sure I ended up getting zeroed in on by either 3 or 4 separate wolf packs, just in this one area. And basically had to spend the better part of 2 days fighting them off. Because I definitely did not bring enough arrows to deal with it. But for now, I'm pretty confident, famous last words of course, pretty confident that I've thinned down their numbers enough that, like Manchester, I can just walk it in. Yeah, I don't hear any awoos. Okay, there we go. There's our one guy. I didn't hear footsteps just now over here, did I? No, that was creaking. So there's our one little dude in there. He should break and run the second he sees us. If he doesn't, we have a problem. But hopefully we won't have a problem. Oh no, come on. Gotcha. Okay, you had a friend, and run. Okay. Okay. Alright, so now... Oh, you coming back? Just passing. Just passing. Okay. And you can just keep running. Okay, now we should be safe. Do we actually harvest you? I don't think I can resist. It's definitely unnecessary. It's absolutely overkill. But I don't think I can help myself. As long as I don't hear any toe beans sneaking up from the side, which I don't think I did. Okay, I think we're good. So we can just continue. And drop all this extra stuff. Get some carry weight free, and pick up stuff for what could be a long... Well, I guess it's a long walk to the cave, but then it could be a long spelunking journey. Might have to take a quick nap. Here is our sneaky spot over to the ammunition bench, so we can drop the dusting sulfur there next time we come this way. Or I guess it's the next time we go that way. Okay, what do we want to drop? Out here, we can drop all this raw stuff. Because with all this cooked food, we don't have to cook that up quite yet. Okay, we can put extra food in the freezer. That's a lot of water that I was hoping to see. Put most of this in, but not so much. One more wolf. Get a little bit more water. We can drop the curables here. Drop, drop, drop. And let's pick up all of this good stuff
Gotta go.
that we were intending to take along. And also, because we're going to a cave, do we have any fish oil? We do. We have lots of fish oil. Perfect. Let's take one of those. And okay. This is pretty good. Have a decent chunk of weight in fish, so we can eat that. I think this is good. So let's sleep for maybe 7 hours. That'll bring us to midnight. Hopefully there's no aurora. You can't always get lucky with no aurora, but hopefully there's no aurora. Or blizzard, for example. And then, yes, with a perfectly clear night, we can start heading north. Okay. A little bit of food. And I guess we can keep you. Because we ought to walk fast enough at only 4 kilos over the weight limit. I know they like to sneak in here up on me. But not this time. Not this time, punk. Okay, clear. Alright. Good to just walk it nice and slow. And I think we've been up north so recently that we shouldn't have to worry about running into any more wolves. Or at least any more wolves that don't have broken morale already. So this should just be a walk in the park. Again, famous last words. All right. Whoop. Let me just check you. Da, da, da. Okay. Hold on, I think I messed up the audio. Yeah, there we go. In case anyone was curious, I enjoy long strolls on the beach at night, clear weather, long sight lines, and nothing fluffy trying to take a nibble out of me. Yeah, we're moving. We're moving. Still not hearing anything. Hopefully that bear is sufficiently in the west that it's not going to be our problem. As far as I know, it doesn't range east far enough to be a problem, but I've been wrong before. And when it comes to bears, it pays to be a little overcautious. Okay. Rough, walking into the wind. Or for whatever reason that we're walking so slowly. Now we just need to be a little bit careful about finding thin ice. Which is not my favorite. Actually, if I was to list the top 3 scary things in this game, I think the first one would be hearing paw pads trying to walk around a blind corner right in front of you. The second one would be unexpectedly walking over thin ice. And what would the third one be? The third one would probably be trying to fend off a pack of timberwolves around a fire when it starts getting windy. Because that's definitely not an ideal scenario to be experiencing. Okay, we're walking, we're walking. Every once in a while, I'll hear a little bit of background noise, like the tiny creak of a tree, or a little bit of ice shifting, and it will be sufficiently... Up. Speaking of, it will be sufficiently similar in timbre and volume to a small paw pad imprinting on the snow. It always makes me do a double take. Oh, you know what? I am an idiot. Always do this. I forgot to pick up a lantern, and I've got all this lantern fuel. Well, on the plus side, sticks and cloths, we can maybe make some torches. So, it's not great, but it's also not the end of the world. Man. Ah, what a waste. What a waste. I don't want to walk all the way back there. But it would be nice to have a lantern kind of staged in that cave area in case we ever come back. But will we come back? Who's to know? Who is to know? Okay, I'm not seeing that timberwolf pack that we fought with earlier, or at least the one guy that should be left over. I think he ran off to the west. And I'm guessing that cave is probably somewhere behind this waterfall. Because that is a location I didn't really look much. This is sounding promising. Where is the cave? If I were a cave, I would be Hopefully not underneath the waterfall. But if it is, it is. This isn't traversable, is it? No, that's not traversable. And that's not traversable. Okay, ravines end waterfall. Okay, the cave is more this way. More to the northwest. Could it be right here? I feel like that's not far enough. But then what do I know? Perhaps under that waterfall. This is a little bit sketchy. Oof. Okay, safe. If I was a cave, would I be here? I don't think I would be. So perhaps this is also Ravine's End Waterfall. Alright, we're walking up. Now I really feel like I should have seen the cave by now. Where could it be? Is it possible? Let me think. Is it possible that the cave system actually ends somewhere up in this cliff area, and you can't actually get down from there? Hold on. Lichen, rose hips, rose hips. We're looking for lichen, rose hips, rose hips. And then we'll know. And if we've gone past the turn in the river, we've gone too far. Okay, so here's the river. We're not yet past the turn in the river. Here's the turn in the river. So the cave should be in this direction. So we're looking at for lichen, rose hips, rose hips. Could that be it? But I feel like I've been over here, and I didn't see this. Or at least I didn't see that it was a cave system. Yeah, I've definitely been here. Unless that's just a wolf that ran away and bled out. This could be one of the members of the pack that I fought up in the north here. I think it is. You shouldn't have an arrow in you, but you might. Okay, you don't have an arrow in you. You're also very low on food. I don't know what that's about. Perhaps you're manually placed, question mark? Yeah, you must be manually placed. Means cave should be right over here. Okay. Let's take a peek inside. And hope we don't find a yeti or something similarly situated. Yeah, I definitely sheltered down over here the first time I saw that bear. Yeah, there's even the campfire I put down, I think. No, that's just a little bit of stone. I'm almost certain I came in. Guess not. Okay, so let's check the torch situation. Okay, one low torch. Let's have... Oh, that was a weird noise. Let's make at least 2 more torches. And maybe also do a bit of crafting while we're at it. So what can we craft? We can craft, so we have bandages. When I said crafting, I meant harvesting. Let's harvest these arrows. Then we can eat a fish, drink some water, light one of these torches and head inside. Okay, what is the situation here? Food and water. First the fish, because it's so heavy. And then the water, because it's so delicious. Okay. I feel like there should have been more left over from that, but oh well. Light. Torch. And I guess that's light. Here we go. And let's see what we've got. Okay. If I see Bleak Inlet Cave. Okay, so maybe this is not connecting to a further cave system. But let's see where it goes. If there is any charcoal, not charcoal, coal, pick up one or two of these.
I'm not sure I can carry
Just in
much
case we need to make another fire and grab some more torches out of it. But as long as we don't, let's just keep it moving. Because it's looking like it's actually pretty dark in here. Okay, are we opening up? Somewhat. Let's hand on the left wall. Let's go hand on the left wall. Okay. Not seeing anything particularly interesting quite yet. Okay, hand is still on the left wall. This is a much long... and a climb. Okay. Okay, hand is still on the left wall. And I hope that torch is still lit. Okay, good. Okay, we're still on the left wall. Going kind of a far ways. Still on the left wall. I'm like the anti-Zoolander. Okay, so here we still just have firewood. Rather pick up the coal, because we already have the means to make a fire. That's the only downside of coal. Actually, how many sticks do we have left? We have 8 sticks. Plenty of sticks. Still hand on the left wall. This looks like a ceiling light up here. I don't think it's an exit. Oops. Okay, interesting. This is feeling familiar? Is this cave system area used in the campaign, maybe? It's kind of reminding me of Metro 2033. Or I guess it'd be Metro Exodus. By the time you finally get over to, what is it, Severnagorsk or Severn... the place that's all the way in the east. Okay, where does this leave? What the heck is going on here? Where are we? I thought there was only one way into and out of the Bleak Inlet. But this is... Forlorn Muskeg, huh? Oh, I guess this must be in the south somewhere. Okay, unless... Well, at any rate, now is a good time for a fire. Oh, it's windy and it blew my torch out. Ah, c'est la vie. Okay, let's map this. Because this is actually extremely convenient. Because it's a way out. Wait, what? How did that not get mapped before? Oh well. It's a way out that does not require walking or climbing up a mountaineering rope. Okay, let's think. This changes a few things. Does it though? Not enough, especially considering that... Especially considering that there's still a bunch of stuff back there, and this goes around, and we haven't checked out the entire cave system. On the plus side, we know how to get from one place to another. Let's head inside, nap till morning. If we get lucky, it'll be light outside and we'll be able to light a fire using the magnifying glass.
I might have to drop some gear.
And we do have enough food to loiter for quite a ways. So sleep for, I mean, probably only get 4, but try for 5. See where that puts us exactly. Drink. Actually, at this rate, we're a little bit low on water, all things considered. Of course, that is the easiest thing to get. All right, let's head back out, see where we're doing it, what we're blah, 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 blah. See what we're dealing with. Okay, and it's sunny. But I don't think it's quite bright enough to light a fire with... It is bright enough to light a fire with a magnifying lens. Okay. Light the fire. Get our torch back. And then let's head back and continue on the left wall until we hit the...
That did it.
Not that, not take torch. We want to... Actually, let's... Nope. Not place. Not add fuel. Oh. Did not mean to do that, but we can take it and no harm done. Head back in, continue following to the left until we get back to our... Oh, hello. Oh, I thought you were coal. That wasn't coal. Until we get back to the bleak inlet. Alright. Now on the plus side, if I had found this location first, or if I had found this entrance first, I would not have been able to explore the northern, not northern, I guess it is northern, the upper part of the bleak inlet, and I also would not have been able to find the key code to the workshop door. So I think it ended up being a little bit of serendipity. Order-wise, we definitely got lucky on things. Okay, I think we came from there because we did a left-hand rule. Eventually we should hit a climb, and that's our climb. Is there anything over here? A bed and some stuff. Okay.
I need to drop something.
Nothing worth mentioning though. This bed is very far inside to be useful. Like very far inside. You definitely hope that you never end up in this place having to sleep during the night or go to it during the night. Because it would be hard to walk. Still going left. And here's a little sneaky crawl spot. I wonder if it loops around and this is just another way in or not. Or if you have to find another way. We'll see. Okay. So here's some more light. It doesn't look like an exit. Let's light our next torch. Light. And can we actually use the not 100% torch, please? Use. And light. Great. Okay, is this a dead end? It's not a dead end. It keeps going. As much as I want to look at this room over here, let's keep to the left. And see if there's anything interesting that we end up finding. Because this is a pretty big cave system, if it's just going to lead back to the bleak inlet. We'll see. Here's another exit. But is this the same exit as we entered in? Because if it is, then that's it. That's all we need to look at. And
I'm gonna have to leave something behind.
it is. Okay, that's actually kind of good. Let me just go back in do one quick look around and make sure there's nothing, what's the word I'm looking for? Make sure there's nothing in kind of like a middle area that the left-hand rule is going to make us miss. So big area. Now instead of going, so here's the, okay, so that's the other side of the donut. Whoops. Is it? No, we go this way. And eventually, instead of heading left, we'll take the first, that's the other side of the donut. Yeah, here's the big room that I didn't want to go through. And we're going to take the next right we see. And see if that brings us somewhere else. Okay, I think this is the right. And it may just be a dead end. No. Okay, here's the crawl space. There's the climb. No, here's the climb. There's the climb. Okay. This place has been officially spelunked. Complete spelunking acquired. Which means we can head back to the Bleak Inlet. And I think at this point,
I wonder if I can drop any of this gear.
because there's so much stuff back up in the upper area, I think we do go back up the ropes. Yeah, and here's the exit. Okay. How are we on food? This was definitely more food than was required. And more water. But I was worried that it would be a crazy cave system like the ice caves up in the, what's that northern thing called? Let me check. Up in the Hushed River Valley. Okay, blizzard should be fine. We just need to head straight south. Actually, we just need to follow the river. And surely the torch is going to get blown out, right? It was blown out by a tiny wind. Is it not going to get blown out by a blizzard? I guess it's not. I won't question how that works. Some things are not meant to be understood. Okay, there it gets blown out. Oops. Cross quick. So I'm just going to keep heading south until I hit the edge of the bay. And then it'll be pretty clear where to go from there. Which I believe is this way, and generally downhill. Okay. Can we get around this rock? Yes. Nope. Yes. Okay. Almost had a heart attack. Because I was kind of out over my skis just now. Eventually we'll hit those trailers and we'll know exactly where we are. I think we want to cross over here to the left. Whoops.
Escape this cold.
Oh. Guess we're going on shore. Because that ice is a little bit too dangerous for my tastes. Okay, I still don't quite recognize this area. But I don't think we're too far away.
So cold in my life.
Yeah, because we're still going downhill here. And that is exactly what we want. We're worried about the steepness of these shores. But they are traversable, so we should be alright. And here is not. It's not what I was hoping to see, but as long as we go downhill, we will eventually get out of this inlet. The Cursed River Delta. What do you know? Okay, as long as we keep the coast on the right and the water on the left, and go downhill. We'll eventually make it out. Okay, this is looking good. I suspect that we ended up somewhere around here, a little bit farther northeast than I was intending. I think, anyway. But what do I actually know? Not much. The mantra is as long as you're not going uphill. Alright, can we get across here? I'm not sure. Okay, safe. There's another island. I think we want to keep going this way. Oops, that broke right quick. Where could this be? Where is... I think maybe this way. Maybe this way. We go up, we go down, perhaps across? If possible. Alright, here we go. Okay, might be turned around at this point. Just might be. I don't recognize this tree. This feels like we're going uphill. Let's check the other side of this area here. Well, this is definitely some kind of uphill. But is it so uphill that we're going in the wrong direction? Yeah, where is this? This is being lost is where it is. Okay, let's walk down this valley, see what we find. There's got to be something eventually, right? Okay, more water. More water. And also, that's uphill water. So this is downhill water, which is good. Could this be the inlet? Or the bay area? I don't know. Cross? As long as I can find... Here we go. Yeah. That is unfrozen water, which means as long as we keep that on our left, we're going the right way. I don't know where we got turned around or lost, but we are in the right spot now. Moving ahead. It is only a matter of time until our desires are achieved. Assuming that we don't walk out over frozen or unfrozen ice. Well, I suppose the ice is frozen. It's just, where's the shore? Oh my god. Whoa. Whew. Okay, perfect. There's our trailer. Hop inside, sleep for an hour, and then we can head back down. Okay, perfect. Exactly the way we want to be.
This pack is getting kind of heavy.
And now, the cozy has been acquired. Sleep. Pick you up. And of course, the blizzard finishes and ends the instant that I'm done with it. Or that I found where I am. Very cinematic of you. Okay. And do we have food outside? I think we should. Really? No food outside. And here I could have sworn we left a bunch. Oh well. Let's leave whatever we have here just in case. Okay, water's fine. And just leave all this food. And actually the water too. Okay. Good to go. We keep it moving. And I'm feeling pretty confident that there shouldn't even be any more timberwolf problems on the way in. Okay, so let's see. We have... probably a lot of birch. Actually, I think we dropped all the birch over... Yeah. So I don't think we have any birch left. Otherwise, I would consider going over and making some arrows at the workshop. But 6 arrows ought to be more than enough to get us back to our main base. Okay, yeah. So we'll go, we'll check out the safe house, we'll pick up anything we want to bring with us, and then head back to that car where we stowed all that stuff. And, important point, let's not forget about that car. Because I definitely did not spray paint it. It looks clear. Clear. Still one little wolf sharking around somewhere. But it ought to be afraid. It ought to be very, very afraid. And we don't have any scent marks, so it shouldn't be hunting us. With any luck, we'll see it first. Not that I've necessarily been having luck as of late. Okay. Keep it going. Keep it moving. Okay, and I don't hear anything else. Ooh. Okay, now we're basically back already. Do you... No, you're still at 100%, so you don't take condition damage. Okay, looks like a wood pallet got washed up on shore. Actually, I don't want to take a once-over along the coast to see if any arrows got washed up. So, food and water-wise we're low. You can sit there. How's our carrying capacity? 4 kilos free, huh? Is there anything we want to take along? I guess the thermos. Leave this stuff. Yeah, we can leave all this stuff. Probably want to leave the guts just in case we come back. Food-wise, we are... could be better. But we also have this meat out here to cook. Yeah, you're fine. Okay, so... let's just sit here, enjoy the ambiance, and take a quick break take a, short walk, stretch, stand up, maybe do some pull-ups or squats, and I'll be back in a couple minutes. Aha. Okay. And we have returned. So, to make sure we don't forget anything this time, we want a little bit of food and water. And then let us go and take a peek at the shoreline. Now, there are excellent chances that down this way, kind of on the eastern shoreline, there's another wolf pack. I think it's got 2 or 3 members, but they've been a pain in the butt for a while. So let us try to stay far enough away that they don't snort us or see us. Is it possible? You again. Who's to know? We can channel our inner Julia Childs. Okay. So Mr. Wolf is still afraid. He is the sole survivor. Okay, looking good. In the proverbial neighborhood. I've never actually been down here underneath these things, because this has always been where at least one, maybe two wolf packs have been barking around. I have been under that one though. Okay, let's see if we can see any tiny dots on the shoreline here, or if anything good is by this pallet. Okay, nothing here. And I thought I saw something, here, there's something over there. Now, whether it's just rotten fish or perhaps something more useful remains to be seen, because I think there were rotten fish here earlier. Yeah, I recognize that paddle. That oar. But is there something good with them? And no. Nothing good. Let's see. Scanning, scanning, scanning. Don't see much. Which is, of course, no guarantee that there's nothing. Up, 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 up. Yeah, not seeing... Well, maybe right there. Aha, interesting. Oh, it just popped in. Okay, but this corner is where I'm worried about getting snuck up on by wolves. I'm not seeing the pack yet. So it could be that they've moved on to greener pastures. Good luck finding that up here. Okay, what are you? Are you just a jerry can or something? Or are you a suitcase? And if you're a suitcase, have I opened you before? I haven't opened you before. Okay, I mean, I guess it's good for cloth. And there are the wolves spawning in again, so let's head back. Yeah, not the first time I've been trolled by randomly spawning wolves. Sure it won't be the last. Okay, actually, probably makes sense to sleep. So who cares if we sprint? Not really losing much time or fatigue or anything on that front. I know, right? Okay, where's our best friend? I guess still somewhere else. Okay. So let's start up the fire bin, cook this meat, and then we can basically start heading back. Meat.
I'm not sure I can carry much
Meat.
more.
Okay. Nothing else is uncooked over here, right? And water-wise, a little slim on the water. Didn't need to pick that up. Charcoal. Starfire. And the last of this stack of cardboard matches. Just kind of nice to declutter the inventory. Do several sticks, so leave 3. Get these reclaimed woods. And drop, well, let's keep 1 coal. Keep 1 coal for emergencies. With a crew you love to hate. So, place, cooking pot, place, meat, and cook meat. Alright. And now we rhythm game. Oonce, oonce, oonce. Okay, 29 till ready. Place. I did almost forget to feed the fire again. Cook. I'm cooking over here. You're cooked, so you can probably do 2 liters. Yeah, easy. Easy 2 liters. And I suppose we can also do this little guy.
I might have to drop some gear.
You don't have to drop anything. Water. And 2 liters. No, we don't have enough time for 2 liters. Maybe 1 liter? Yeah, 1 liter's fine. We can probably get another half in. You, let's take all of the water out. Put the food in. Keep 2. And this water. I guess first drink, then we can drop most of it. Never mind that we are dropping it in a bunch of plastic bottles. Littering is not a thing. Okay. And water. That's probably the last one we'll get. Yeah, 22 minutes, I think would be pushing it. Let's try. 11, yeah, you should do it. Should do it. Okay. Drop this. 1, 2, 3, 4. Eat some food. And I suppose it wouldn't be the worst thing in the world to leave these pelts and guts here. Okay, but let's wait until you boil. Do I have any other cooking implements here? In case I guess, yes, there's the condensed milk, should give you a can. There's the peaches that'll give you a can, and there's cans. Okay, so we're fine on disaster, emergency, we have to come back. Hatchet. I think. Do we have a hatchet in there? So I would like to leave 1 hatchet in this area. Oops. Uh-oh. Oh, that's actually doing something. What did I just pick up? I just picked up clothes and probably some pelts and guts. Okay. Find all the clothes. Here. You can go in. That's it. And now pelts and guts. We weren't carrying any of these, were we? Okay, that's fine. Fresh wolf pelt. We keep the fresh one. Cloth-wise, Well, there's enough clothing we can rip into cloth. That's fine, okay. Actually, let's get this firewood just so we know that it's here. Droppity drop, drop, drop. You, and drop you. Okay, so now, when we sleep, we'll probably wake up at like 2 or 3 a.m. But as long as it's not a blizzard, I think we can probably start heading over to the stash. Maybe get 8 hours if we're lucky. Might only get 7. Well, might only need 7. Also, do I hear a blizzard? Or did I hear a blizzard that went away? I think it might have gone away. And that's an aurora. Okay, on the plus side, there shouldn't really be any bath salts wolves around. So I think we're still safe. I think. We are going to need a little bit of food. And maybe 1 water. Okay, let's head out. Let's get moving, but carefully. I hear you, punk. Or did I? I guess I didn't. Okay, were there any birch sticks or branches that I left behind? I don't think there were. So that's pretty much everything. The one thing that maybe... Actually, if everything goes to hell, and I need to come back here, it might be a good idea to leave behind a maple, birch, an arrowhead. No, it's fine. Let's not go too crazy on it. Can I really not go through there? Really? Okay. Clear. Okay. Should be, once again, smooth walking all the way back. Kind of peaceful. Waves lapping against the shore. Aurora Borealis in the sky. Flickering lights from assorted things. In a completely different topic, I was not sure how well I would like this bearskin this bearskin bedroll, because it's 2 kilograms heavier than the normal bedroll, but has saved my bacon once or twice with how good it is. It's like plus 13, let's see. I think it's plus 13 Celsius. Well, I guess it's at 100%, it's probably plus 13 Celsius. But right now it's 10.3. But let's see, actually, does that change things? Because it's easier to keep a regular bedroll at 100% fortitude, 100% constitution. Beaver radio. Got any good tunes? That's going to be a no. But yeah, I kind of want to go and check a normal bedroll and see how much, only 1 hit mark, and see how much warmth it gives you at 100%, because it might, if it's not too little, it might be worth to go back to the regular bedroll from the bearskin. I'll have to think about it. Okay. Easy walk. Easy, uneventful, breezy, beautiful cover girl. Crows at night? Someone's delight. Okay, we're 4 kilos over, so it is going to be a 2-trip situation. Which isn't the worst thing in the world. But considering how much slower you start climbing as your stamina goes down, we're definitely going to have to sleep in between the trips. So game time, it'll probably take something like a day and a half just to ferry all this stuff up. But we can just ignore the snapping, startling noises from the aurora. Pretend they don't exist and just enjoy the quiet. More snapping. Or maybe it's someone clapping in the distance. Whatever it is, it gives me the willies. Okay. Not that I was expecting timberwolves to be all the way over here, but it does look like we're clear. You can very rarely think of a situation where checking would be to your detriment. But I can certainly think of, and maybe I've even been in situations where not checking has been to the very large detriment of me not getting nibbled. Every once in a while I'll hear a kind of a noise from far away. It sounds like a squeaky hinge. I'm not sure if it's supposed to be a branch twisting and like a wood squeak, or if it's supposed to be a rabbit cry. Yeah, like, what is with these claps every once in a while? I suspect it's supposed to be a rabbit cry, just because I think that's the noise they make when you hunt them. Okay, and here's our extremely tall rope. And what are we going to dump at the bottom? I guess we can dump some of the pelts. Maybe the hammer. See exactly how much we need to drop by lightening our weight first. Okay, about 3 kilos. A little bit more. So... Against my... I thought I heard something. Against my better judgment, let's drop the bedroll. And some charcoal. Because we can sleep in the bed up in the lookout tower. Alright, let's go. And it will lighten our load a little bit on the way back up. This shouldn't be a problem at all. Even though I'm sure going mountain climbing, basically free roping it, even with an aurora during the dark night, is not a good idea. Okay, that is about exactly how much stamina I expected to lose. Do we have any friends up here? No. No, we don't, which is good. So we head up to the lookout tower. We sleep. By the time we wake up, it should be a little bit before noon. Well, first let's drop whatever we want to drop over here. For example, the heavy hammer. Can go on the pile. Now, I'm not sure if I hear a noise or if it's just static from the electronics up in the cabin. I think it's static from the electronics. Drop you. Probably drop the hatchet. Don't need that on this current location. We do need 3 weight free. Drop the lantern oil. And I suppose we can drop all of the combustibles. Okay, and now it's nap time. You know, I really do like these fire watchtowers. There's just a certain, I don't know, aesthetic to them.
Can't feel my hands.
Makes me feel very, I don't know, safe. I suppose that's the point. So, okay, nothing. Nothing. So sleep for 6 or 7, however many we get. That sounds like a blizzard. That is a blizzard. Okay, let's... This is so many hides. Let's ferry all these downstairs. Actually, first let's drink. Drink some water. Eat some food. And we'll ferry these downstairs, head down the road. And pick up our bearskin bedroll. Unfortunate. I kind of have a suspicion that things lose their condition out on the ground a little bit faster during the blizzard. I was hoping to not test it. But it is what it is, I suppose. Okay, 5 kilos free. Definitely enough. I'm actually a little bit worried. I wonder if you climb slower when you're cold, because we're definitely going to be cold by the time we get down to the bottom of this thing. Okay. Here we go. Certainly safe climbing conditions. Middle of a blizzard. Ain't nothing but a thing. Right, there's our stuff. It didn't get blown away in the storm. I don't think it can, but it's always a little bit relieving. Okay, and now we're heading back up. So that is hopefully the more difficult of the item ferries that we're going to have to do. There's going to be one more to go from the bottom of the ravine up to the train tracks. So we're kind of slowing down here. Oh, we're really slowing down here. I guess it is the cold. Okay, still made it. And now, let's start by picking up all of the junk. All of the junk goes on the ground and checking the bin for anything we want to bring. See what kind of weight we're dealing with, and if we can do it in one trip or two. It's all about those logistics. Okay, we're looking good. And now we pick up all the things. Yeah, that mountaineering rope and
Leave something behind.
the woodworking tools are going to be rough. Because that's 7.5 kilos already just on their own. Okay. We're grabbing. Matches. Okay, pretty slow. Only 57. Well, we need to check the bin too. Don't need. Oh, this is all fresh. Unfortunate. Another moose-hide satchel. Oh no, I guess that was the same one as before. Okay. Not super hot on food. Let's think. Yeah, definitely going to need some of these. Ooh, this is rough. Okay, we'll still be fine. We still need to sleep for like 7 hours up there. But let's think. This is too much weight. What can we leave behind? I think we can leave behind all of the fresh pelts and guts. Leave those to cure so we have, I don't know, for lack of a better term, some repair things. In case we ever come back this way.
With this much gear.
Just imagine Mackenzie on his belly, dragging himself up the stairs, crushed by a moose-hide satchel, absolutely jammed full of just assorted junk. Getting slowly frozen by the blizzard. One day, dreaming about being at the top of the stairs. Oh. Although, I mean, this is a windfall. I didn't see these shell casings. I guess it's the little things. When you slow down, you really can stop to appreciate the roses. The roses and the frostbite. Well, the only thing that's missing is the view. It does leave something to be desired. Alright, come on, you're almost there. You can do it. Sometimes you just need to believe. Actually, the blizzard's kind of letting up. Actually, it's really letting up. This is possibly the most eventful flight of stairs that I've ever climbed. Well, I suppose the blizzard's still going. It's just not whiteout conditions anymore. You know, every time I say something in this game about the wind, I think the game uses the microphone, texts what I say, and then does the opposite to just make a liar out of me. First, there was all the times I tried to put a fire in a windbreak, and the wind kept turning to snipe my windbreak. And now it's this. Talking about how the blizzard is letting up but still being a blizzard, and then it just stops being a blizzard. Well, speaking of silver linings, as before, at least we get the view back. Now let's take a nap. Okay, we're moving. Alright. And sleep. Probably not going to get the full 9 hours, but you get what you can get. Okay. Water-wise, we're basically out. Food-wise, eh. Okay, but we are getting our weight down. Okay, what can we drop in here? We can drop all of the uncured things. Thank you very much. And we can put a mark on the outside of this lookout. Where is the fresh? Fresh deer hide. Fresh gut. That's actually a huge amount of fresh gut. And, You know what? I'll drop 2 of the pelts. Oops. I'll take a few of the guts back. And where's that fresh deer hide? Here. And cured deer hide we have 4. Okay, which is definitely more than enough for whatever we do next. And I guess... Yeah, I mean, we have enough saplings here. Let's leave these just in case. Just in case we need to make a bow on the way back. Okay, 61 kilos. And we're still going to need more water. So we're still a little too slow. What can we ditch? Suppose a few of these matches, we can put anything else that we want to put in the container downstairs. Alright, it's faster than before, but it's still not great. These are the moments that I regret taking the bearskin satchel, but this is survivable, and if you need a bearskin... I almost... Okay, that was just a violin. I almost forgot. Spray paint. Where is that? Here. This is for spray paint. So use the weak one, storage. And let's put it on the door up here. Come on. Have to go all the way up? Well, there are worse fates. It's a good spot. Cannot map every time, man. Every time. But you can't even put it on the map? I mean, come on now. Come on now. Well, I guess I'll just have to either see the mark or remember that there's something up there. I'll probably remember. This is the kind of thing that my brain is good at jogging my memory and reminding me of things. Okay. Okay, so we need water. And if we're not going at full speed, we probably need a decent amount to make it all the way back to the home base. How much water do we have here? Do we even have any? Okay, that's a decent amount. We'll do 1.5. Food's probably alright. But that means we do need to drop... I guess we could leave some medical here. couple of old man's beard, a couple of antibiotics. It's just about right. Anything else drop worthy? I guess we don't need all this charcoal, huh? Because there's nothing to scout between here and there. These I want to keep. Everything here, unfortunately. Sewing, it's already there. Probably leave a flare or two here just in case. This can go away because that's busted. And I suppose we can also leave a torch here. Okay, almost under 60 kilograms. Anything else to be dropped? Not really. Not really. Do I hear something? Or is that just an owl? I think it's just an owl. Okay. At any rate, let's head over to the ravine. Just up this hill and, I don't know, pass some stuff over a log, that kind of thing. And as we go, eventually we'll be able to eat and drink. That should lighten us more. Well, I guess for now this should be good for some ambient noise. Some foot and gear shuffling. Hold on. Let me open this. Oh. There we go. There we go. Now, I don't remember exactly how far it is. And when I first came down this way, there was a wolf pack in this area, but I cleared it out. And I haven't heard anything. Not that that's super useful, because timberwolves seem to be very sneaky. But I think we're clear, at least until we get up to that pass area. I think that's the next spot that I'm worried about anything. And I'm not even going to go and look at the most disappointing upper cache that I've ever seen. The thing was completely empty. The only thing that I found in there was cardboard that hadn't been broken down yet. Completely useless. There's sticks around here. I probably only need one. Because if we get into a pickle, I can use the stick to start a fire and then keep it going with that piece of coal. And there's a bunch of sticks lying around all here anyway. Shouldn't be any problems. But now we're just vibing. Actually, looking at this information in the heads-up display, reminding me that all of these uncured guts that we're carrying gives us maximum scent. If there were any wolves up here, they would have found us by now. And so, as a proof by contradiction, no wolves has found us, therefore there must not be any up here. Alright, we're walking. Actually, hold on. Why did I just hear something whimper? What was that? Was that a bird? Am I going crazy? Ooh, and now it gets steep. Let's see. Is there a way up that is not going to break our ankle? I think the answer is maybe, but I don't know for sure. Ooh, we might lose an ankle on this bit here. Oh gosh. Okay, can we not build a fire here? This is not great. This is not great. Okay. Okay. There we go, and there we go. Click. Ooh. I feel like that was... Well, one, we're not out of it yet, but I feel like that was pretty close. Okay. There's you. Add fuel. Add you. Let's see. Let's think here. I think instead of hitting them with an arrow, I think what I want to do is I want to break their morale. Oh, it'd be so easy though. It'd be so easy. Ah, I can't resist. Okay, actually, a direct kill is perfect. Hopefully it's just the two in the pack, so we should be fine on that front. And we can get our arrow immediately. Arrow. Here. Yeah, keep running. Oh, there's a third. Okay, so there's 3 of them, which means they can... The only thing we're missing out on is the pelt and the meat. I think we have enough food to make it back. We might not have enough food to make it back, but I think it might be close. And there's enough food back at the watchtower. Yeah, keep running. I think we just leave it. I think we keep going and we don't come back. Okay, but now the question is, do I remember how to get back up? It would be a little bit easier to see if it wasn't snowing. I think this is too steep to walk up. I think the answer is going around to the left. Okay, let me pause for one moment. Okay. Yeah, I think going around... Yes, this is definitely the right way. Okay, so we go around to the left, go up on the rocks, and then eventually end up going up that branch. Actually, let me think. There is one more rope that we need to go up and down in the next region. It's going to be 2 trips anyway. We're definitely going to need more food, so I think we do have to go back and harvest from that wolf. Yeah, I'm pretty sure. I'm almost certain. Okay, and what does that mean? That means we can actually drop some things here to lighten our load just a tad. And I guess the woodworking tools too. Okay. So now we're moving like twice as fast, and then we can catch the rest of that stuff on the way back. Okay, let's go. Let's go. It's another blizzard? Oh man, if the wind had been like this when those wolves came at us, it wouldn't have ended well. Well, I suppose it didn't end well for the wolves, but I mean it wouldn't have ended well for me. Okay, still too encumbered to sprint. Now, just inside the next region, somewhere on the left, there ought to be a cave that we can warm up.
Cold is making my head feel thick.
That we can warm up and wait the blizzard out in. Ooh, hiccup. Shouldn't be too far. On the downside, though, is by the time we do all that, those two wolves are probably going to be feeling brave again. So let's keep an eye out for... Let's keep an eye out for firewood and burnables. Because we are completely out at this point. Yeah, I think this is our cave. Okay, we got stick. We got stick. Do we have coal? So one coal would be just fir limb. We can... Unless, did we drop the hatchet? We didn't drop the hatchet, so we can get the fir limb. But I would prefer coal if there is any. I don't see any. Let's get the fir limb. Requires light to... Really? Fine. Let's go back into the cave and snuggle down with our blanket. Unless... Okay, so there's a little bit of firewood. Yeah, well, one cedar ought to do it. Right, and... snuggle down. And sleep for... Probably you can only get 3 hours, but try for 4. And I still hear the blizzard. And it still is a blizzard. Let's think. Let's think, what can we do here? Well, for starters, we can pick up our bedroll. And then we can drop all of the excess stuff at the edge of this cave, so we remember where it is. That being, mostly this. Yeah, 16, 17 kilograms of materials is a heck of a lot of materials. Okay. So that's fine, and actually, we ought to be fast walking even after we harvest everything from that wolf back there. If it's still there, of course. I don't think we can sleep for another hour, but we can pass time and hope. Nope. Okay, there we go. Despite the coldness, I'd rather get there quick before things either get eaten or take damage or what have you, then avoid the hypothermia damage. Okay, still windy, not too windy. We're walking over here. And let's not forget to pick up those tools that we dropped on the rocks by the waterfall. Yeah, this bow is down into like 40%, right? Yeah, it's just under 50%. Okay. Which, I mean, that's actually gotten a huge amount of mileage out of this thing. Now, where did we drop those things? We dropped a hammer. We dropped some lantern fuel, aka fish oil.
Can't feel my feet.
There it is. And the woodworking tools. Would not want to forget the woodworking tools. Okay. I don't see any wolves. They could have gone anywhere, really, or they could be just over that hill. Of course, they will be just over that hill, because that's how it goes. Yep, so there's one. He's still running away. Where's his friend?
Goddamn freezing.
Is freezing. Okay, the wind is definitely not in the position to let us light a fire as we harvest this guy. So let's just make sure these two guys don't awoo and sound the alarm. Actually, unless is the wind... Okay, there's our body. This still looks kind of windy. Definitely too windy. Okay. Oh, oh. Oh, you were close. Okay. Let's harvest everything. Hope we don't take too much damage. Looks like we won't be. And just check our hypothermia situation. Okay, in daytime. Hypothermia is fine. And despite our 1, 2, 3 scent marks, not seeing that wolf hunting us. So we may have just made off with it. Okay. Yep, let's go. Let's move it. We can warm up in the cave, maybe even light a fire and cook some things. And here come our immaculate dawn vibes.
Looks like I survived another night.
Oh yeah. Yeah, it looks like a watercolor painting. I'm sure that's what they were going for, and man, did they nail it. Aesthetics on point. Okay, we shouldn't break an ankle here. Question mark? Question mark? Okay, whew. Those crampons are lifesavers. Yeah, it looks almost like a diorama. Summit at Ravine's End. Doesn't look too much like a summit, but it's certainly at the ravine's end. Okay. Oop. Stuck on a little bit of geometry there. Alright. And I guess this is where we say goodbye to the bleak inlet. Because we've got everything that we could care to get from this place. Well, I suppose there are a couple of mysteries uncovered, or left covered. Memento cache. But not worth the trouble. And we're moving.
Something's gotta go.
Okay, let's take a quick nap inside here. Hopefully it'll stay sunny. Because if it does, we can light a fire using a magnifying glass. Okay, looks like there's a bed that I couldn't see in the dark over there. Yeah, definitely no coal. Unfortunate. Okay, sleep for... Probably won't get the whole 3 hours, but... It's better than nothing. Right, pick you up, and... I don't think this is sunny enough. Unless... No, it's not sunny enough. Okay. We can cook a little bit with this cedar. But we won't be able to cook all of it. First... Wait, do we not have a pot? I'm hoping that I dropped the cooking pot. Let me think. I don't think I see a cooking pot here. Which is not good.
I'm not gonna be able to carry this load for much longer.
Yeah, there's no cook... Where did I drop the cooking pot? Don't tell me it's back at the cannery. Well, let's start ferrying this stuff. You're almost ready. Place you. And you're 36 more minutes, which means we do have time to break down the fur limb. Because now there's a reason to keep this fire going. Add fuel. Thank you. And place. And place. Okay. Water-wise, probably could use some. So we'll do a water. We'll do the last meat. And we will take some of this stuff over. 5. Yeah, we ought to be able to bring this over to the rope and come back before that boils off. At least I think so. Shouldn't be too far. So silly. I always want to have a cooking pot. Can't believe I left it behind. Again, but where? Where would I have dropped it? I don't know. Okay, there's our rope. And we just have a railroad, a riverbed to walk down to get to it. Yes, crunch, crunch, crunch. Too encumbered to sprint, not that it would do much good anyway. Okay then. And that's actually a decent ways up too. So this is almost certainly going to be at least 2-trip up and down situation. Okay. We got bunny rabbits. And we got stash to drop. Alright, so we're dropping all these materials. All these materials. And also, a good amount of this equipment. Oops. I did not mean to do that. Drop the rope. Pry bar don't need. Woodworking tools don't need. Flashlight don't need. Okay, other than that, we're good to move. So let's head back before that stuff boils off, because we are getting a little low on water. So I think it's probably worth burning the fatigue sprinting. Yeah, we're gonna have to go back down past those bowls, huh? I hope they're still fleeing. Okay, do we hear burble burble of water? Yes. Okay. Melt some more water. Okay, that was the last wolf meat, which we can eat. And we've got 2 hours of burn time. Let's make water. That water was not boiled. Some water. And make some more water. And of course a little more water. 36 minutes. That should be enough to take us wherever we need to go. Unless... might need a little bit more, just in case it takes longer than expected going up and down that rope. Okay, pick up and we're good to move. Now if we're lucky, and I don't think we are, that cast iron pot's going to be at the lookout. Or somewhere thereabouts. If not, yeah, it really would have to be back at the cannery, huh? It's the only other place I could have dropped it. Because even though I put it down back at the workers' residences, I'm certain I picked it up there and then used it later. Alright. One possible wolf. Well, 2 possible wolves. 1 possible that needs to get taken down. Yep, okay, so you're still running. But I could have sworn there were 2 others, or 2 total in your pack. So are you just fleeing because he's not close enough, and you want to wait to gang up on me, or what? Or what? I guess we'll find out. Okay, I hear you. And pop. Okay, you're gonna spend all that time howling? I'm gonna spend it shooting you with an arrow, punk. Do we leave this here? I think we leave this here for now. I think we do. Anything we want, well, we probably don't need anything, but anything we want we can pick up on the way back. Okay. Ooh, hiccup. Really? Another blizzard? You gonna do me like that? I think I could probably find my way to the cannery. Even in a blizzard. Probably. But still, it's the principle of the matter. It is the principle. Okay, we'll do a quick check up here. Hop down the rope. Hope we don't accidentally walk up on a moose. And if necessary, go all the way to the cannery to pick up our beautiful cooking utensil. Which it is looking like is going to be the case. I may have left an extra pot up here. I don't remember, but I may have. And no, the answer is I did not. Okay, so let's head down quick. And let's leave this door open, actually. Gotta let that stuff air out as it cures, eh? Let's see if we can shimmy down that rope before we start going too slow. Because if we go down at normal speed, we're probably going to end up with about half fatigue. Half of the fatigue bar left. Okay, looking good. And shimmy, shimmy, shimmy. This is just a warm-up for the much larger rope over the ravine that we're going to have to go up and down, probably at least twice, to ferry all this stuff up. Yeah, it's already about half fatigue, so a little rough. But not too bad at all, especially because we do have about 4 more kilos of buffer weight. We're gonna we're gonna lose carrying capacity as the fatigue goes down. Okay. And we're walking. Once again of the Christopher variety. Should be clear. But just in case. Okay, I didn't need to bring all that firewood. Well, I suppose it couldn't hurt at this point. Is this going downable? Yes. Okay. In fact, we're gonna have to sleep through the night anyway. So it's no huge loss to sprint and lose more of this fatigue. That's a deer. And there's the bridge, which means we're basically already there. Oh yeah. Maximize the road metric. I don't know if it's psychosomatic or some kind of placebo, but I feel like I walk faster on the road. It feels faster. And so if you maximize the road metric, there's a good chance you can get there faster. I know for sure there's an extra cooking pot over there in that fishing residence. But I'd like to keep that there because fishing is always a nice backup to have. Definitely a safer place to be than over here by the cannery, because if we come back here again, it will definitely be with more wolves in this area. Here we go. But for now, this may, like last time, this may be too arrogant / too much hubris and confidence. But I'm hoping that our friend at the cannery that just kind of chills out around there still hasn't gotten any pack reinforcements. But now that we've left the ravine and come back, I don't know if that will be the case. Things could happen on loading screens that I'm not privy to. Yeah, we'll get about 9 hours of sleep, which should put us to wake up at like 4 or 5 a.m. in the morning, so quite early. Not quite dawn time. Let's try to just go fast. Okay, I don't see our friend here. We have no scent marks, so we shouldn't be dragging him towards us. Not here. Where's our friend? Is he gonna meet us at the corner again? Yep. Man, every time. Every time. Okay, but that means we should be home free. Oh yeah, that pallet disappeared. Okay, there it is. There's my baby. I just forgot to... And it's got boiled water. Okay, I just forgot to pick it up, huh? I think there's enough water here. At the same time... Well, it's not too much water. We can... sleep for as long as it lets us. Is there anything else that I would like to take with here? I don't think there is. How's the food situation? Fantastic. Okay, let's sleep. Try for 10. If there's no aurora and no blizzard, we can head out with no concerns. Well, there's one of those things. So it looks like we might have to just chill out here till dawn. I think I hear Mr. Wolf snuffling around outside. Okay, we will have to pass the time. And there goes the blizzard. I think, audio-wise, yeah. We do have some view distance available to us. It's not a lot. I do hear Mr. Wolf inside here. Should be enough to stop from getting jumped. Come on, where are you, punk? I heard you. Perhaps he was underneath the dock. Yeah, in this overcast, quasi-dawn lighting situation, very hard. Okay, it's very hard to make things out on the ground if they're not either squealing like a stuck pig or have glowing eyes. Alright. Okay, we should be able to just go. There's a slight concern about... Can we climb up this? Yes. Slight concern about the frigidness of the air. Because that's going down pretty fast. Well, it probably won't warm up by the time we get up that rope ladder. Not a ladder, it's just a rope. By the time we get up that rope. But if we really need to, we can take a nap inside the lookout again. With luck, it shouldn't be necessary. I keep saying with luck. I never get lucky. So let's just say it'll be necessary. We'll just cross that bridge when we get to it, he says, while crossing a bridge and getting to it. But again, we've been up and down this way multiple times. So at least until we get to the rope, there shouldn't be any problem with wolves. Shouldn't be any problem at all. Despite all this ominous music, it's like it's either the night music or the early morn music is very suggestive that something terrible is about to happen. Which I suppose it always might be. Is that a deer noise? I think it should be. It's a little bit too far off of the bog over here for it to be a moose. Yep, it's chilly. Okay, we're going this way, up and over the hill. Then down the road for a little bit, and then off to the left. Okay, well I guess now we can do a little experiment and see if having low temperature actually does make you climb slower from the beginning. Because at this rate, I think our temperature gauge is going to go to 0 before we get to the rope.
My fingers feel numb.
If your fingers are numb, you don't feel them, man. So what do you mean your fingers feel numb? Numbness is the absence of sensation. Many such things in the English language. Sounds like a rabbit. I think we go down here. Many such things in the English language, but I suppose English is fuzzy enough that it's understood. Yeah, look at how hard it is to make out the contrast here. There goes our temperature gauge.
I'm so cold, I'm warming up again.
Some would say there's even an ice box where your heart used to be. That you're so cold, you're so cold, you're so cold. The rope shouldn't be far off. Unless we can't walk up here? Question mark? Question mark? I'm almost certain we walked up here before. Maybe on the left? Okay. Interesting. Very interesting. We don't have all the time in the world now. Okay, our rope should be right over here on the left. And let's shimmy up that some you-know-what as fast as we can get. The rope is here, right? Yeah, there it is. Wow, that's hard to find. Very hard to see. Okay. And climbing speed looks normal. So I guess the coldness isn't something that really impacts it. I thought it might have been something that impacts it based on how slow we were going up at the end the last time. Because at the end of the last time we were almost running out of our temperature gauge. But yeah, this is a very similar series of events. Okay, great. Sounded like a deer noise. I'm just going to pretend that it was a deer noise. And now we can just head up to bed. Some kind of noise. I won't speculate any further about it. Okay, we're climbing over here. That was an ominous noise. Okay, easy. And in the morning, I can even try to remember to do a spray paint up here again. Watch me forget. It's going to be like in 1 minute and 30 seconds and I still won't do it. Okay, now we're inside. Sleep for... try for 7. Try for 8. Probably only get 6. And of course there's a blizzard. Okay, now... I know better than to try to spray paint in such conditions. Because it's just going to tell me that it's too low visibility. Actually, I might also harvest that wolf on the way back. Do we get a 1-hour blizzard pass? No. Looks like we don't have such luxury. 2-hour blizzard pass. A 3-hour blizzard pass. And a 3-hour blizzard pass. Sometimes you just gotta pop a squat. Okay. Decent water. There's kind of a medium/medium low amount of food in this stash at the bottom here. So let's not take anything from that. Let's not take anything from that down there. Let us harvest the wolf, and we've got enough firewood. So we can just cook it when we get back, and I suspect that we might actually end up using all that food. Yeah, is that him? That's him. We might end up using all of this food, doing our ferrying back and forth. Because I'm just realizing that it is actually a decent ways over to the home base. Perhaps I could have chosen a better location. My home base is on the... So here, we're in the Bleak Inlet. Next place is the ravine. If we head up the cliff in the ravine and move east, we'll be at the coastal highway. And the coastal highway has a big, wide bay. It's basically frozen over in the middle of it, so you can walk all over it. And there are 2 islands that you can walk to. And I've got decent stocks on both islands, but one of the islands in particular has pretty much anything you would want to survive out here. food, fire stuff, equipment, materials, weapons, tools, everything really. Okay, looking
Pack
good.
is getting kind of heavy.
And let's not break an ankle, please. Oh, that was probably more stressful than it needed to be. Is that? No. Where's our wolf? Is he trying to sneak up on us over this hill again? That's going to be a yes. Every time, man. Every time with you. One of these days you'll gin up the courage. Man, I know where these guys are trying to hide. It's like I've got some kind of a fluff detection mechanism. Alright. Now it's an easy walk. Easy walk. Back to our cave. We can decide to cook or do another trip. Another load over to the rope. Anything really. Okay. Easy walk. I think I've been starting to play this game enough that I can work the geometry a little bit better than I could when I started out, or better to say, better than I could when I came back to it. After however many years away it was. Alright. Very picturesque. Now, I'm not going to jinx it and say goodbye Bleak Inlet again, but let's leave it at that.
I'm not sure I can carry much more.
Okay, let's see. We have this meat that's already cooked, but it's not a very large amount. And I think we're also going to need more water for this whole enterprise. Okay, let's pick up a few things. And let's start a fire actually under the rope. Actually, is that everything? It is, okay. So let's just move it and move it. And bring our first load up the rope. And once we do, it's almost nighttime, we can find a good place to bed down. Or if we have to, we can go back down the rope and sleep in the cave. Which may indeed be necessary. But if we can find a spot on the upside, we'll bring the raw meat up, leave the cooked meat down here, and we will cook it up there. Much easier to see the rope when there's actually contrast between the colors. Okay. And we got rabbits. Okay, for starters, let's drop as little as we can. Let's keep the water. What can we drop? We can drop some of this stuff. You and what else? would be good to drop. What are we carrying that's still this over encumbered? I guess we have a bunch of meat. We probably don't need all of this firewood. Okay, so right now we have about, call it 80% fatigue. Let's see how much we lose going up. It's a long ways, so I'm guessing probably more than half, especially since we'll start slowing down. It's actually not looking too bad. It looks like we're about 60%. Those rocks are concerning. Right, 50%. Okay, so this actually isn't too bad. It's probably of a comparable height. And that's a deer carcass. Probably a comparable height to the rope that is by the lookout. How much meat do you have? 1.4 kilos, which is not too shabbaroonie. But, is there a cave up here? I don't think there is. Would be the ideal. Lots of limbs. I believe, though, that there's a cave over this way. So maybe we start the back and forth ferrying process. I believe, I'm quite confident, that there are no predators in this region, because I've never seen them in the multiple times that I've been back and forth here, and there isn't so much side trail that you can really avoid them if they're there. Famous last words, of course. So there should be a cave up in this direction. And if there is, we can start dropping stuff there. Where exactly? Here, perhaps? Yeah, this is looking familiar. Yeah, because I'm looking for this cave here. Unless... Actually... This area between the tracks here, that's inside a tunnel. So that ought to give us... That ought to give us enough... What's the word I'm looking for? Enough cover. Enough defense from the wind. So let's head over there. Because it's a little bit more... Well, a little bit less out of the way. Cave is kind of off the track. And let's sprint so we can help our sleep time line up a little bit better with the dawn. Because it will probably get quite cold even in this tunnel. Okay, plenty of firewood. Actually, let's do a little bit more firewood.
Feels like night is coming.
Just because that will guarantee that we have enough wood to cook all the food and to maybe make a little bit of water. Okay, where's a snuggly little spot? Probably right around here. Okay. Let's do a cardboard. And let's get cooking.
Come on.
Definitely can probably start with, whoops. Meant to do a little bit more than that, but I suppose there's not much loss. And now we can do 2 liters. And that should be certainly enough to bring us all the way home. Oops, did not mean to take the torch, but it's not a bad torch, actually. Any torch around 50% that you grab out of a fire, in my experience, is a pretty good snatch. Okay, place you. You sound like you're boiling, but not boiled. Now you're boiled. And now we
I might have to
can...
drop some gear.
Did not mean to pick that up. I meant to cook more meat. Losing 2 minutes isn't the worst thing in the world. Yeah, we still have an hour 16. That's definitely enough. Okay, and hour 12, that should get us 1.5 liters. Thank you. And you can boil. Okay. So you're set. Pick you up. So, well, let's put you in the pile O stuff. So drop, drop.
Just need to close
drop.
my eyes.
And we can drink some. We can eat some. Okay, fully satiated. And we can sleep. Toss the bedroll out. Sneeze. Yeah, we can sleep till almost noon. Or at least late morning. And then drop as much stuff as we can reasonably drop. Because we don't need to worry about anything trying to attack us. We don't need to worry about getting any more resources, food, water. Everything we need is right here. And it'll be here when we get back. So we can drop all of this. We can drop all the food. Keep this. Let's see. We can be very aggressive in dropping equipment here. Drop. Maybe even drop the hunting knife. As loath as I am to exist without it. Even the bow and arrows. All the torches. Whetstone. Flare. Everything here. All these. Every little bit. Because anything we can leave up here is a little bit more than we can take down there. From down there. Drop all these guys. Heck, even all the matches. Most of the matches. Yep. Yeah, this is absolutely out over our skis brutal here. I kind of want to use the energy drink to get back up. Let's see how much stuff we have to leave behind. Because that thing is at 4%, that's almost going to get ruined. Okay. So we should have something like 75% of our fatigue still left by the time we get to the bottom of the rope. At least that's my estimation. Yeah, we have about 20 kilograms of carrying capacity here. This is good. And if we look at our inventory, most of it is in our... Still 2 kilograms here. Every little bit. We can put down the spray paint, some other things. Because there's only 12 kilograms of clothing. Almost everything else should be droppable. Because if we can one-shot this, that's going to make things much simpler. Okay. Drop all of you. Hate to drop an arrowhead. Drop all these. Everything. Drop you. And keep the ammo, and probably not worth the clicking and not worth... Ooh, this is rough, but we're going to drop all the feathers. Those are going to be a pain to pick up. And we don't need all this mass here, do we? Oops. Nope, nope, nope. Escape. Ooh. That was close. And drop, 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 drop. And drop, drop. Okay. Now we're ready to go. Now we are really ready to go. And gotta be quick, because we're not carrying any water, are we? Yeah, just gotta be quick. Gotta be quick, and you gotta believe. Hold on. Hold up. Okay. Let's move it. The air seems very still, as if in anticipation. Kind of worrying. It's definitely under the banner of quiet to quiet. Not that that's a bad thing. It's just a very nice day in the Canadian wilderness. We're off for a stroll. Hey, we're clanking. Clanking like we got some metal cojones. Yeah, for food and water, we should be fine. Because we're only down 1/4 at this point. Should be alright. Okay, now we need to sort of climb our way down to the top of this train car, which will let us access the trunk that goes across the ravine. And woof. Oh, invisible wall, invisible wall. Can we go around, please? Woof, that was peculiar. Ow. That was not far at all, my dude. Okay, what do we have? Sprained ankle. Sprained ankle takes... Oh, god damn it. First it takes bandages. But I don't know if we can climb with a sprained ankle. Pain. Well, as long as it's just pain. That is really annoying. Busted geometry, busted my ankle. As long as I don't trip and fall off this log. Fine. Fine, Mr. Game. Okay, let's see if we can go down. I don't know if it will let us. But time will tell. And, okay, we can. But how fast? Okay, normal speed. Good. Very good. And let's pick up as much as we can and see what is left over. Probably a lot. That's a lot of pelts. A lot of pelts. The things I care about most are the mountaineering rope and that set of woodworking tools. The thing I care about the second most are all of these maple and in particular birch saplings. Because that means bows and arrows. Which, given that one of the locations up north is called Timberwolf Mountain, I think is going to be pretty important. Okay. So we are a little bit over encumbered. We are 7 kilograms over encumbered. Okay. Some of this is food. We can drop all the food down here. 5 kilograms over encumbered. What can we ditch? You know, we've got so much gut, we probably don't need any of this raw stuff. Any of the fresh. Was kind of hoping that would be more mass dropped. We don't need any of the lantern fuel, because we can get that from fishing easily enough. What else can we ditch? So close. So, aha, fur log. 2.5 kilos. What can we drop for 2.5 kilos that is worth dropping? I kind of want to drop the flashlight and the pry bar. But at the same time, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 versus 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. I don't really need 11 wolf pelts because I'm already flushed to the gills with wolfskin coats. They're high quality. And they only take 1 pelt each to fix, to repair. So I think we drop 3 wolf pelts. Maybe fresh ones. Now, 0.22. If I was 0.22 worth of stuff to drop, where would I be? Where would I be? I guess we can just use these painkillers, because they're almost ruined anyway. That's a little bit down. Not a lot. Only I dropped the matches. Unfortunate. I'm wearing everything here except this extra moose, and I don't want to drop that. Hump. I guess we can drop 2 of these guts. Actually, what we can do is drink this energy drink. And now we can pick up something here. Gut, maybe? And, ooh, that's too much. 1 more gut. Gut, and we can drop 1 of those wolf pelts. Drop you, and that's just about it. Okay. So we're completely set on the way up. I don't think it's worth 1 more trip. Especially risking that invisible wall. That nearly killed us. Jeez. Okay, but on an energy drink, it looks like you only use about 1/4 of your fatigue. Maybe a little bit more. A little bit more than 1/4. So it's something like... It looks like it's about a 40 or 50% stamina loss reduction when you've got the energy drink fatigue boost. Okay, so let's see. Unfortunately, we're definitely going to be over encumbered once we pick up the rest of the stuff. Substantially over encumbered. Substantially to the point of having about 70 kilograms at least of things to carry over encumbered. And I would like to move, I'd like to travel with no more than 50 kilos, because beyond that, you start getting very slow. So let's see exactly how much we can drag, or let's say, how much weight we have to cut to get below that threshold. Might be... I'm not sure if it's more or less. Let's not speculate. We'll pick everything up, and we'll see what it looks like. Okay. There's where we came from. And here's where we're going.
If I don't rest soon, I'm gonna faint.
Oof. Our fatigue got nuked when that energy drink ran out. Actually, that headache was just... Yeah, it's just a headache. Got some chromatic aberration at the edges of vision. Let's see how bad it is. Certainly going to have to spend at least 1 more night here. More than that? Who knows? Okay, here we are. And let's not forget the bedroll.
I need to drop something.
Let's begin the very long process of picking everything up. If anyone plays Cookie Clicker and uses a macro to speed click their cookie, this is what I need right now. Something to just spam the left mouse button. The mouse is certainly getting its wear and tear in. Lots of cycles happening. You know, I thought it would be more of a pain to pick up all of these crow feathers. Okay. Actually, you know, this isn't too slow. How bad are we? 60 kilos? If we pick up the bearskin bedroll? It's a little bit rough. Okay, so this is a little bit rough. Let us drop a bunch of these things. Get the weight down a little bit. And let's move forward to the other end of the tunnel. And let's start by staging everything there. In particular, dropping the firewood and such.
This pack is getting too heavy to carry.
Oh, it's been too heavy to carry. This is a little bit longer than I remembered. But I think this is looking like the end here. Of the tunnel anyway. Let's just take a peek and make sure we see sky above outside. Could just be a small hallway. Because that's a pretty tall one. That's a pretty tall cliff. That's sudden, but two, I'm just realizing how extremely tight of a turn this is for a train. Okay. We drop here. All the firewood. Drop. Drop. And the heavy stuff too. You. And you. And there should be something else. I guess we can drop these guys. And the bearskin bedroll. Let's go pick up those materials and ferry them back. Then we can take a nap until probably just after midnight, if I'm reading the clock correctly. Great. Very good. Just some more clicking.
Something's gotta go.
More than I realized. Turns out there's a lot of branches. Yeah, but every branch is precious. Every single one. Hopefully, by the time we finish sleeping, even though we're quite encumbered, the increased carry weight will make us able to move a little bit faster. I don't know if that's the case. I don't know if your movement speed is capped based on your exceedance of your maximum carry weight, and so reducing fatigue doesn't slow you down. But if it does slow you down, we should be in better shape once we wake up. Except for it being very cold and possibly very dark, and there being partially out bridge ahead, which I have fallen off of and died in the dark before, so let's say we're not going to move forward until we see that there's actually a decent amount of visibility. For now, we sleep. Probably 11 hours will do it. I don't hear a blizzard, but as long as it's not pitch black. Okay, this is manageable. Let's drink, eat. That'll take a little bit of the weight off.
Feels like a lot of gear.
Is a lot of gear. Okay, and this speed actually... Pretty sure we can drop a little more water. I don't think we're so far away that we'll get completely dehydrated. But this is... I feel confident that this is bright enough to be able to make it over the next piece of bridge over Raven Falls that is partially broken and that needs to be very carefully navigated. Emphasis on very carefully navigated. Because it is hard to see the ground. Or more particularly, where the ground is and where the ground isn't. But I think I've got a good memory of how it goes. There should be 2 gaps to be careful of. There's 2 gaps in the rails to be careful of, and I'm not sure if this is the case, but I'm pretty sure that the middle area is also has gaps in it. So as much as possible, I want to be walking on the rails once the bridge starts. Okay, and despite it being around midnight, we are still doing fine temperature-wise, so we pretty much have all the time in the world to navigate this. As long as I don't look over at my other monitor and completely blow out my night vision. It's basically what happened the first time I fell off this bridge. It was darker than this. It was like a cloudy night but no snow. And it was daytime in my room. So there was a nasty glare on the screen. And I could barely see anything more than just the most contrasty of outlines. And I ended up misjudging whether or not there was a gap in between 2 pieces of wood and falling down the falls and just being immediately killed. Okay. So this is the part where we need to be a little bit on point. Let's start on the right side, because if memory recalls, the left side has the first out. We want to be walking over this iron rail. Eventually we'll have to cross to the left. And I don't remember if we have to cross to the right again. It may just be the one cross. Okay. And this water spray is even helping me with the contrast. So I'm feeling pretty good about this. Alright, where is the first break? I don't think we've reached it yet, but I'm looking very closely. Come on, where are you? I know you're around here somewhere. Surely they didn't send out a maintenance crew to repair the bridge in the time we've been away, have they? Oh. Oof. Wasn't sure if that dip was real or not. Definite adrenaline spike. Alright, where are we going? What are we doing here? Okay, I do see a gap up there. Is it the first or the second? I'm not sure. Okay, here we go. Here's the first gap, where we need to be on the right rail. Right as in, not the left. And we need to precariously tiptoe over. And now, we need to be very careful to go on these wooden slats. And now we tiptoe over the left rail. Okay, and that is both gaps covered. Now all we need to do is not fall through some of these slats down here in between the rails, which I still hypothesize are fallable, even though it really looks like they shouldn't be. Okay, we made it. We have made it clear. Let's head over to the next region. Okay, we are looking fine. Yeah, the next region should be just past the opening of that tunnel. As laboriously as we are moving towards it, this is probably better and definitely safer. Well, probably faster, certainly safer than doing 2 trips back and forth, carrying multiple different loads of cargo. Speaking of cargo, it would be very interesting if the developers designed it, or basically programmed so that during the Aurora, when electronics do kind of work, that you could actually drive a car. It probably wouldn't make much sense in most of the zones, but I think there's enough open space in the Bleak Inlet that it would have been, you could probably have some fun with it. Alright, next region, please. So easy. Fine on fatigue, fine on food, definitely fine on water. And leave the ravine.
This gear is starting to slow me down.
Okay. So we are here at the Two Ravine. Let's go over, cross that bridge, and see if we can head down to the building. Because we want to go on the way over to the Misanthrope's homestead. Might be a little low on the food situation, but as we eat and drink, we should be speeding up, if only slightly. Every step is a step closer. Mr. Owl, how many licks does it take to get to the center of a Tootsie Pop? There are owl background noises. I'm kind of disappointed that I've never seen an owl. I don't think they've modeled them in the game. We just have the noises. Yeah, hoo-hoo to you too. Okay, actually, let's think. The last time, when we were coming up this way, past this recovery campsite and the trailer, there was at least one wolf there. Now, we do have enough arrows to deal with it, but I don't want to forget that it's there, because it would be very rude. It would be very rude for him to sneak up on us like he tried to. And this should just be a regular wolf, not a timberwolf pack. And regular wolves will attack you even if there is just one of them. Usually there is just one of them, actually. It should just be a nice little walk down. Once we get to that trailer, we can hop inside, take a quick nap, and that should bring us a little bit closer to dawn, give us more visibility. There is a large black wolf pack that usually traverses the lake somewhere. And it's got 3 or 4 members in it, and I think they'll all just aggro you. Unless you have a clever way to scare them off. So I don't want to run up on them if I can help it. I'd like to be able to see them from afar and go around. Which ought to be possible. But it definitely requires a decent sightline. Now that we're back in Black Wolf territory, I'm definitely listening for awoos. Because it seems like unlike timberwolves, black wolves awoo quite a bit more. How many arrowheads do we have? 3 arrowheads. Only 3 arrowheads? I guess that's a total of 9 arrows, and we did lose 1. Okay, that's fair. That is fair. There's a load of arrowheads back at the home base. And with all of these birch saplings, I'm probably going to end up just making a whole load of arrows and then traveling light with all these arrows. Probably not all the arrows, but a lot of them. Because I don't want to run out like I did in the Bleak Inlet at the cannery. But I'll get a lot of arrows before heading north. And then generally move fast with a light load. And just run around scouting and surveying. Okay. This is where we need to start thinking about the wolf. But I still don't hear anything. Okay. It's a little too dark. If it's not moving and stark against the snow backdrop, I'm probably not going to see it before I hear it. I mean, heck, it could be right over this ridge. Okay, but it is not. Okay. So we're going down the road. Alright, now it's getting a little chilly. So let's find that cabin, that trailer quick. Well, as quick as we can walking this fast. We do have 1 scent mark, but I'm hoping that the developers modeled wind properly, because I am downwind from anywhere that wolf would be. And with this much wind, this driving snow, there should be no way that it smells me. Yeah, so there's the switchback, and the cabin should be right in the nook, in the crook of that switchback in front. Hearing strange noises that I don't like. But I'm not yet hearing any toe beans. I think that's either a rock or a log. There we are. There's an awoo over there. I hear you, punk. Okay, so the awoos begin. You know, that awoo was probably right around where that trailer is. Which is extremely unfortunate. It may be slightly past it, but I don't think so. I think in the past I've overestimated the distance to fluff based on awoo volume. But I think this time that awoo was not very far off. And man, with how brutally slow we're walking right now, especially into the wind. This is a lot. And are you? Are you a tree trunk? I think you are a tree trunk. If you were a tree trunk, where did you go? I don't think you were a tree trunk. I think you might have been something fluffy. Listening for paw pads. We were so close. Because once we can walk over this hill to the left, we should be walking downhill much faster than this. We do need to get over there first. What are you? You're not moving. You're definitely a tree trunk. Or a tree stump. Let's try to head over here and hope we don't get jump scared. Should still be completely downwind from anywhere that wolf would be. Okay, there's our trailer. Can we get down this hill? Oh, I think we might not be able to. This may have been... I think we might break an ankle here. In fact, I'm almost certain of it.
I need to find some place to
Come
escape
on,
this
come
cold.
on. Come on. That was harrowing for me. Probably not for anyone watching, but I was just waiting for the shoe to drop. Are you a tree trunk? You are a tree trunk. I don't want to say it. I don't want to say it. But it looks like we made it. Okay, perfect.
All
Perfection.
this gear is slowing me down.
Alright. Toss the bedroll down. We can sleep until morning. It'll be warmer, will be warmer, more visibility. We can eat and drink, get a little bit of our move speed back. Oh yeah, it's all coming up. A little low on food like I was worried. I'm hoping it's enough to make it though. Let's see what the weather's like. Not bad. Okay, so we are here. And we can just go, probably stop by Jackrabbit Island and pick up some food. But that might have to be for next time. So let's grab a save. And let's call it there. Alright. Anyone who made it this far, thanks again. This entire time, you might not believe it, but I've been Yuchi, and hell, I've been trying.